So what do we have? So star sign. It's long. Start date, actually. Start date. Is there a start date calculator? Tells us what start date today is. Okay. All right. So yeah, it's probably not that easy to come by. Let's see. So screen 1 is that one. Screen 3 is that one. Goes. Cool. And yep. Cool. All right, so let's get this thing set up. Share screen. Today I'm streaming from home, obviously, but it's a little bit to mix it up. I'm not using my headphones, so I can be listening to some stuff and maybe you'll hear it. Let's see if that actually works out. What I was thinking of listening to, and then I have to do that from my personal YouTube account. There is this video, copy link address. Just put in there. That's what I listen to. And obviously I have to. Let's wait to split off a window into a separate. How do you do that? Move tab to the window. Fair enough. Yeah, thanks for that. Cool. Let's do this to screen 3. There we go. Let's see.
There is essentially no information hiding in this method. In order to use it, you pretty much need to understand the complete implementation. And by the way, there's almost no implementation there. In fact, this is so bad that it takes more keystrokes to invoke the method than if you just did the body of the function yourself.
So I was thinking of listening to this in the car ride over, but
and
then of course they're showing stuff, so I probably have to watch this probably from the beginning. Do that.
Okay, so welcome. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Osterhout for this Talks at Google presentation. My name is Partha Ranganathan. I work in Technical Infrastructure Cloud. Very quick intro to John to get things started here. John is a professor of computer science at Stanford University. He spent before that 14 years in industry where he founded 2 companies, Cryptics and Electric Cloud, and before that, 14 years as a professor at UC Berkeley. Anybody here who has taken a class with John before? A bunch of his students as well. So he's pretty distinguished, so I'm not going to go through a list of his awards here. Member of the National Academy of Engineering, ACM Software System Award, UC Berkeley Distinguished Teaching Award, to name a few here. But more relevant to this talk, John has built several influential systems, the Sprite operating system, TickleTK, log structured file systems, Raft, and more recently RAM Cloud. and I think his bio says he has literally graded like thousands of programming student assignments. And today we are going to hear the synthesis of all of John's first-hand knowledge, both from his research and teaching, on a topic that's very close to us: how to design and how not to design software. There is a book here. I don't have it to show. Let me show it to the camera here. There is a book, A Philosophy of Software Design. I was pretty lucky to read the preprint of this. It's a really good book, and hopefully he'll tell us a little bit more about that as well. And last note, if you have questions, since this is being recorded, just raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you, and then you can ask questions. So welcome, John.
Great, thank you. First of all, I do not have an hour's worth of material prepared because there will be lots of questions. I'm happy to take them in line as we go. At some point, probably there'll be too many. We're running late, then I'll cut them off. But feel free to ask questions, express a disbelief, argue, insult my mother, whatever you wish during the talk. But do make sure that the insults are on the mic. Okay, so people have been programming computers for more than 80 years now, and yet software design is still basically a black art. There's essentially no agreement on how to do software design or even what a good piece of software looks like. We talk a lot about software engineering and software tools and testing and processes, but we have almost no conversation about the fundamental act of designing software. This has bugged me for a long time. So today, I'd like to tell you about some things I've been doing to try and change that, to start the conversation, and to see if we can somehow create a greater sense of design awareness in the software community. And that consists of a new course I developed at Stanford, and then based on that, a book on software design. Okay, so let's start with the basics. If you had to pick one idea, one concept that's the most important thing in all of computer science, one thing that threads through every aspect of computer science, from AI to systems to theory, first of all, what would you pick? Abstraction? Sorry? Testing. Other ideas? Sorry? Composition? Sorry? Complexity? So I asked Don Knuth this question. He said layers of abstraction, which I would say is almost right, although some would say by definition it's right. What I would say is problem decomposition. How do you take a complicated problem or system and chop it up into pieces that you can build relatively independently? And yet, as far as I know, aside from what you're going to hear today, there is no course anywhere where that concept is one of the most important ideas in the course. We simply don't teach it. Second, we all know that some programmers are way, way more productive than others. Google has coined the term the 10x programmer. And yet, as far as I know, no one attempts to teach these skills either. And these ideas have been sitting in the back of my head and bugging me for a long time. How can we have these things that are so important, and yet we don't really make any attempt to teach people this stuff? If you're a great programmer, somehow you just figure it out on your own. So that leads to the question, can we do this? And there's three questions there. First, is it even possible? Is this just a sort of innate skill that you're born with in your genes, or is it something that can be taught? So first, let's do a quick survey. How many of you think this is something that's, either you have it or you don't. You can't really teach it. It's just sort of an innate skill. How many think that this could be taught in some way or another? Good.
Of course.
A few summers ago, I read a really great book by Jeff Colvin titled Talent is Overrated. If you want a fun read it. It's a relatively quick read in which he goes through study after study that shows in these fields where we think of some people as being tremendously talented. In fact, the only thing that really differentiates the top performers from the average performers is how much they practiced. That's the one consistent correlating factor. It's all about practice. So that got me thinking, I believe it's got to be possible to teach this. But the second thing is, who's going to do it? Well, unfortunately, not most of today's faculty. Problem is, typical faculty member writes a little bit of code as a grad student, never really gets any instruction. You throw out some crappy code for your dissertation, and then you become a professor, and then you decide coding is what graduate students do, so you stop coding, and you never write any more code. And so, the only way to become a great developer and learn design skills today is with tons of personal experience and trial and error. Faculty don't have that, so they can't teach their students. And so the whole process just continues over and over and over again. But fortunately, I'm not one of those faculty members. So maybe I have a better chance of doing this. So personally, I love programming. And programming is really one of the top 2 or 3 things I live for.
Person after my heart.
Programming, really bad golf game. There's just sort of a few things that drive my life. If I don't write 5,000 lines of code a year at least, I feel like it hasn't been a great year for me. So over my career, I've probably written, I think now, 250 to 300,000 lines of code. So I had a chance to observe a lot, and again, as I've been doing it, I've been thinking about design stuff. So I thought maybe anybody can do it in academia. I've probably got about as good a shot as anybody. And the third question is, well, how do you do it? So I combined all these three things together. I finally decided only one way to find out. I'm just going to have to try it. Maybe I'll crash and burn, but I'll give it a try.
Cool. So that works.
So I created a new course at Stanford, CS190 Software Design Studio. It's not taught like a typical programming course. It's taught more like the way you learned English writing in high school with an iterative approach. So, and the way you learn writing is you write something, your teacher marks it up, you get it back again, you rewrite, they mark it up again, and so on. And the whole process iterates several times. And it's that process of getting criticism, incorporating the criticism, and learning and seeing how that makes things better. That's how you become a good writer. So I thought we'll try the same idea in the class. So that's the way it works. Now, we only have 10 weeks in a quarter system, so we can only do 3 iterations of this cycle. But the basic way it works is, in the first couple of weeks of the course, students in teams of 2 build the largest system they can possibly build in 3 weeks. That's typically about 2,000 to 3,000 lines of code. So, still not a huge system. Then after week 3, we go into code review phase. Students read each code and write reviews, and read every single line of code written by all the students. This is sort of one of the limitations of the class right now. So I end up reading 20 to 30,000 lines of code in that week. And then we do code reviews in class, where students will present pieces of their project and other students will critique it. And then I do longer code reviews. I read everybody's projects. I typically make 50 to 100 comments on every team, and then I meet with the teams individually for an hour and go over it with them. Then the second phase is they revise based on the code reviews. They actually add a little bit of additional functionality as well in the second phase. We do another round of code reviews, and then the third phase, they get a new project. They start from scratch. Again, then we finally do a third round of code reviews. And when they do this, the students get no ideas from me about how to design. I just tell them what the system has to do. They have to start from scratch and figure everything out themselves.
Kind of like unofficially got started there. You're right.
That's part of the learning of the class.
Yeah, you're so right.
Mike's coming in.
I watched a YouTube video on the same topic you gave, and
What are you working on? Imposter
phase
engineer.
3, it was pass the project to the person on the left and inherit someone else's code. Why did you change it?
Yeah, the first 2 times I taught the class, I actually scrambled the projects in the third phase and made people add on with somebody else's project. That was a good learning experience, but the problem is people end up spending a lot of time decoding other people's projects and being frustrated with it. That has some value, but they didn't spend as much time doing real design stuff. And so I finally decided if what I really want is to teach people design, I think they'll learn more if they get to start from scratch and do a new design project. So I changed it. I'm going to change back again. I'll try this for a while. Okay, so that's the basic idea of the course. Now you may be wondering, so what are the magic secrets? How do you do software design? And by the way, what makes me think I know what the secrets are? So first of all, I don't claim to know all the answers. I have some ideas that have kind of coalesced in my mind over the years, which I'm using in the course in the book. I don't claim those at the end. Actually, I'm hoping more to use those to start a discussion and evolve them over time. But in the class, there's about 10 high-level ideas. They're very abstract, almost philosophical. I can't give you a recipe. Follow these 10 steps and you will produce a great design. I'm not sure that there is such a recipe. So instead of these vague ideas that I talk about while students are doing their first round of design, I'm not sure they sink in very well because they're so abstract. It's sort of probably hard to figure out how to apply them. The way they work best, though, is when we do the code reviews. Then I can show the students how they violated some of these principles and what the
Code for
consequence
fun.
was
That's
in
the
their
best way to
code,
do
and how
it.
they should change it. And then you
Imposter
can go back and
engineers,
apply
coding
the
for fun,
principles
according to the
as they
comments.
revise. Then I think the ideas start sinking in.
Do you have
So
pet
it's
projects
sort
in
of a
Python and JavaScript?
question and answer.
Okay, cool. What kind of pet projects are you talking about? Like, what kind of problems are you trying to solve for those?
Yeah, I'm curious what you think about how does the sort of end-to-end principle in sort of software design factor into this, trying to push all the complexity to the edges of the system.
And
So like the typical example of TCP, the checksum is at the, is done end to end. It's not in the intermediate router stages. And that was a design principle that they had.
I'll have to think about that. I'm not sure that relates in a direct way to these principles, but I'll have to think about that. So these vague principles. Then the other thing I try and do is talk about red flags. So red flags are very specific things that if you see this sort of behavior or pattern, you're probably in trouble. And actually, I think for beginners in particular, red flags are really useful to people. Even if you don't know how to design the right system, if you can see you're going wrong, then just try something else until eventually the red flags go away, and you'll probably end up in a pretty decent place. So red flags are really very useful. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to talk about the 4 things that are in red, just to give you a sense of some of the ideas. 2 of them are design principles. Classes should be deep, define errors out of existence. And 2 of them are more about mindset. I'll talk about those.
A few apps in JavaScript, calendar app with weather.
So the first one is this notion that classes should be deep. This is really just another way of thinking about this idea that the information hiding that David Karnes first put out in the paper in the early 1970s.
Sweet.
By the way,
Data science, your
this paper is
profession.
one of the 2 most important classic papers in all of software design and engineering.
Yes, a lot of
Has anybody
table
here read this
wrangling.
paper? Classes. Great. It's still topical and relevant today. The last third, maybe not so much so, but the first part still, and it's got a great example and easy to read. So the way I think about it, think about a class as a rectangle. And the area of the rectangle is the functionality that class provides. So you can think of that's the benefit that the class provides to the rest of the system. Then think about the
Practice makes perfect. That's something that
That's
Osterhout is going to get to in a bit in this
By
talk.
interface, I mean everything someone has to have in their mind in order to use that
We're
class.
probably
It's
already
not
got to.
just
Like,
the
practice
signatures
makes
and
perfect,
functions, but
obviously.
things like side effects and dependencies. And
Best programmers
things
are
like
the ones that practice the craft. Maybe I should
That's
pause
really
when I'm talking through this whole thing. I thought that was a really interesting part about the talk, because I bump into a lot of folks that become either high-ranking CTO types or consultants, and then they kind of like stop coding. I don't think it helps them. So it's always kind of like nice to find folks that are still programming. And I mean, like, there are plenty of like high-ranking CTOs that still manage to program enough. Case in point, Greg Brockman from OpenAI probably still once in a while turning out some code. Probably not their best code, but still keeping that muscle memory active somehow. It's probably not. Let's have a look. Actually, GDB, which is the dopest handle on probably the dopest handle on GitHub, same as GNU debugger. Look, Poseidon. What the hell is this? This happened somewhere in December 2020. What is the CTO of OpenAI doing? Like, look at this, just playing around with some shit. That's kind of cool. Load once, run many times paradigm for any Python workload. Useful for speeding up load times when there is some slow fixed setup required each time you launch a process, followed by some dynamically changing workload. Common work use case, preloading some slow to low dependencies don't change much. Alternatively, you can use it to preload a big data sequence. So look at this, CTO of OpenAI just casually hacking it away. And also ex-CTO of Stripe, like, go figure. You gotta stay, keep those muscles active, right? I guess that's one of the core things that John is kind of like outlining. What am I working on? I'm working on something that is Notion for developers. So effectively a place where you can keep track of company documentation. And this is a very big board that we have with tasks, but you can view much of that as like a Kanban-like board. This is like a prototype that we're trying to polish and to try to get some things ready for a first beta release. And then you're going to have some WYSIWYG editing capability in here. We had Tijan work on a basic code editing interface that looks a little like, if you probably know HedgeDoc, that allows you to kind of like view the rich text while having the code pane to the left or to the right, and being able to edit it right in place and see how it responds. So that's probably the first thing we're going to do. And then we're actually going to allow for WYSIWYG editor editing inside of the app directly, such that you can basically just hover over a section, select it, and start typing, and things change. And underneath all of this, everything that you're seeing here, like the task management parts, including the tracking of how much of the task is done, is baked into a markdown like standard called workdown. So everything persists to plain text inside of a repo. So in fact, everything that you're seeing here, let's see, let me just go to the repo, and then I open up my Intel Ing, possibly, I guess that's the one, README. This repository here is everything you're seeing on that page. So if I go all the way up top, this place is where we track our engineering tasks, blah, blah, blah. And that's the same over here in my editor. So I basically just do everything in Git. I have the different sections in here, so I can kind of like navigate to whatever I need. Builds, we're working on prototype 01. And in there, I have these different sections: UI, link following, filters, auth, filters and scoping. So we haven't done anything about it yet, but we have to start thinking about it soon. Ant-like charts could be things that we implement. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah. So we have to build a couple of metrics related things and more views. Right now, the only views we have are Pros view and Kanban view, but we want to have like a calendar view so you can see all the tasks that are date linked or have deadlines that they actually emerge or appear on the calendar. We want to have like Gantt-like views where you can see like, oh, but this is the UI UX thingy as an overarching task, and it has children that span this range. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, perfect. So I think you get it. I think you get it. So yeah, slowly but surely chipping away at this block. And it's mostly something that I want to have. Spreadsheet.com. Let's check it out. There's spreadsheet.com. Ooh, oh, look at this. This is kind of cool. Product management for modern teams. Do that, and of course I have to then find there's this product repo where I have landscape, and in this landscape repo I will have to add it somewhere. Scroll region. Okay, looking decent. All right, so let's add it to the list. Yeah, okay, cool. We just do it in between. What we want, spreadsheet.com, and comment. Found out from an imposter engineer M4 and stream. So it's not quite Markdown, but we're going to support Markdown eventually. We picked this format called org because it has most of these things built in, so you don't have to invent the wheel. I know that, for example, Obsidian is using Markdown and then adding annotations that look like org to it, but we're just sticking to this existing format that there is already quite a significant community for, which is effectively the more or less the hardcore Emacs community. They're using this, but I think this format can be used by a much wider audience. So that's what we're doing. So yeah, imposter syndrome, imposter engineer. Exactly. You said Markdown is very limited. Are we just parsing Markdown? We're parsing org, and Markdown is limited. There are a lot of things that Markdown doesn't do, but org fortunately does a lot more. And yes, even that is probably less structured than you want information like this to be, and maybe even too fluid, because you can shuffle things around, and that can be a source of pain. But I think that there is a lot of tooling. I'm convinced that there is a lot of tooling these days that allows us to quite easily wrangle texts, even large texts. Like latest hype, large language models. There's so much information you can extract out of texts. From that doesn't necessarily have to be extremely rigidly structured. So we're not super fixated on the structure part, but we are building around this. And then eventually, it would be nice if we will allow developers to have like markdown representations of what is an org file on our end, or in a repo actually, and that we conduct the conversion for them inside of like some editor plugin. So there's probably going to be a VS Code plugin, there's going to be a Vim plugin, such that people can just kind of like write inside of their editor, open whatever task they're working on, like, oh, increase padding between section collab. This task is something that Tijan and Idris are working on. And then once in a while, I'll just expand things in here. People. So Imposter Engineer says people might be keeping documents in Markdown, obviously. Yeah, obviously, they may be, which we'll be able to read. But if you start like a new page inside of the tool, it is going to pick the strongest format, and org would be the stronger format because you can do more with it. But if you have your readmes and your repos, we'll be able to read them. We'll be able to parse them. If you're looking for documentation inside of your knowledge base, all of that information will be accessible. And you can use like Markdown has capabilities for task management somehow. Like if I say Markdown, I can do something like this, heading 1, and I can do checklists like task 1, task 2, typing is hard, and then subtasks underneath. And I can kind of like use these things to extract the metrics. So at the end of the day, we want to have another view that basically tells you, oh, this is like a dashboard type of thing where you just go to it and say like, oh, over the last couple of days, this is how many tasks have been added, how many have been completed. And this is kind of like some semblance of whatever metric is important to you, possibly some velocity like metric, or you're stagnating. And I can do the same with Markdown files. I just can't do crazy things like setting workflow states on Markdown. So the colors you see here are effectively workflow states that are things that are reflected in the column colors there. So something to do is reddish, something in scoping, work in progress, endeavor, and test is orange-like, and anything done is greenish. I can add that to Markdown, but that requires breaking the format and introducing another extension or a deviation from the standard. So there's a lot to be considered down the line, but just starting with something that is more plain texty is a lot closer to what a lot of developers are already very familiar with. And it gives you the ability to kind of like come back from vacation and say, give me the diff from 2 weeks ago and see everything that kind of like moved and where it moved to, which is kind of like a pipe dream of mine, is to be able to just come to a project and kind of like just look at a diff. Like I look as a def, see green and red, like, okay, this moved that way. Maybe even see that in kind of like a Kanban view, which is going to be an interesting design problem to think through. For now, we're just trying to make these org files readable and Markdown files readable. Markdown is actually already a solved problem, so that's why we're focusing on org. Less of a solved problem, I would say. And we're dogfooding it, so I do all my development through these files. I share these links to the devs on the team. And gradually we're still bleeding because a lot of it doesn't really work as nicely as I would like it to work. But that's also the point, because we're bleeding and we're hurting. We also know what needs to be better. So exactly what we're doing. But yeah, someday this is going to be as slick as Notion, with more of a developer / engineering / science focus. And then you can do like really cool things eventually, like I do in many of my org files, where I have like code blocks that I do stuff with. I don't know, where run results on these code blocks, almost like Jupyter notebooks. where I basically do like literal programming or repeatable research inside of a text file that can become the publication, the blog post, the paper, whatever. Yeah. So you don't have to keep multiple repositories, disjointed repositories, and then months later try to unify these possibly diverging trains of thought. So yeah, that's it. But tell me more about what you're using in teams you work at, because what's the role you're working at? You do use Python. I'm quite curious to understand how you're using it at work and what tooling your team is using. Are you using spreadsheet.com in that team? Let's go back to that, by the way. Has like strong Airtable vibes to it. Team of one. All right. So how do you organize like information? Do you have like your own markdown repos? Is it just somewhere in Obsidian or like another tool like, I think it's Zany? I have a whole list of beautiful tools for you to try out, by the way. This list here, all this stuff are too much to choose from effectively. Let's see, what do we have here? Been trying to, trying to find something for a long time. What are the requirements for you? OneNote is the one that you kept. Gotcha. Yeah. What do you like so much about it? Do you have any, and then also, do you have any plans of expanding the team or any needs of expanding a team, or are you very comfortable? College professor. Interestingly enough, there are a lot of professors that, at least within the Emacs community, there are a lot of people that are in academia, but it's a painful tool to learn and master. So if you're not already halfway bought into the idea of Emacs, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But I do think like once I gave org a try for like personal organization, I planned my wedding through this thing because I had like a whole series of tasks, legal things to do, like logistics things to organize, and it allowed me very easily to maintain an overview of what is where and which things I have to reopen. And I had even the ability to link my emails into it, which meant that I would just go to like a section, find a link, follow the link, be right inside of the email. Yeah, that's something that is probably the primary reason why I love this toolbox so much. I guess you can do the same in OneNote because that's Microsoft's ecosystem, right? So it probably integrates nicely with Outlook. You could probably link an Outlook mail into that. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Data ownership is also one of the reasons why, like, the whole Notion thing, as beautiful as it is a little bit of quite a problem, but it's the same with ClickUp. There are a lot of these really cool solutions out there where your data is basically locked into some proprietary format. Good luck pulling it out if you need it. Okay. Some functionality like Notion you wanted. Gotcha. Yeah. In that case, OneNote probably is the best tool to use until the team, the group that you're working with, until you have like research assistants or people that you're mentoring and that need to be able to access the same file. You probably would be more than happy with OneNote. What scripts app? Scripts app. No. Is it? I'm not so sure. Just open it. Let's see. No, Jeffrey. This is probably not it. This is just a JavaScript API. Allows you to access your OneNote files. Yeah, with this also you can kind of like build whatever integration you need, like some tooling to basically crawl your entire OneNote repository or workspace and persist offline versions of those, or at least something on your disk in case you don't want to keep it all online. I believe that OneNote probably already stores plain text-like files on your local machine, right? So yeah, in that case, makes a lot of sense to use it. What's the you said something about the scripts app. I'm quite curious to understand what that's about. And then also, what's the collaboration offering for OneNote? Let's actually have a look. OneNote collaboration. So I should add that to the list. OneNote Microsoft ecosystem. It's about, Microsoft is moving to TypeScript for Office. It's about time. Quite curious to see how this is going to work. Okay, let's see. Office TypeScript. Okay. Yeah, I remember my Visual Basic, probably not VBA days, but I did VB6 when I was like a kiddo back in the day. Oh my goodness, those are the days. I remember Visual Studio very well. It was very different Visual Studio compared to like, Visual Studio Code is a completely different thing, but I think Visual Studio still kind of like the spirit of Visual Studio still persists in Visual Studio. You think, all right, so you believe it's the future? Do you believe TypeScript is the future? 25, if I'm 25, I'm actually 33 at least. Yeah, Lena remembers, keeps track, but I am 33, I believe. Going 34 next year. Boom. Yeah. It's definitely not that. I'm looking forward to my gray hair still. It's going to be a look. Haha. All right, you're cool. All right. You won't recommend? Nope, none. Oh. What about you? Somewhere I'm getting a feeling I know you IRL. Yeah. We're thinking about, yeah, absolutely. Oh, lovely. So folks on cam, Imposter Engineer and I were bonding. So there's a bunch of stuff that we're saying right now in between on the chat that you could see if you're in Twitch, because it's in the public chat. Yeah. True. I already. Oh, this is a really good one. Your body crumbles as you get older. Absolutely. I can tell. I can also tell my brain is behaving differently as I'm aging. I used to be able to do like burning the midnight oil when I was in my 20s easily, wake up the next day, have the feeling that I'm functioning. Right now, I can't do that. Also part of the reason why I'm working a lot more on getting like pro tips on how to perform and perform better, which is also why I was watching this talk from John Osterholt. Because I do a bunch of like consulting work and I do a lot of like interim CTO type thingies here and there. And I'm a very devout believer that I have to be hacking on a regular basis because, I got to stay on top of my game, and having that intuition is important. And you only obtain that intuition by really having on the ground experience. That's something John was saying as well. So I'm guessing it's a selection bias. I basically picked this talk because I already believe that possibly. So, hey, probably not the fairest way to do this. Yeah. I can imagine like if you're juggling, especially as you get older, if you're juggling family and work and intellectual pursuits, it becomes really important to figure out how to carve out focus time for flow, and how to be disciplined in at least whenever you have those minutes to actually get to the thing that you decided to get to and not let your mind wander, not get on Instagram or Reddit or Hacker News or whatever your vice is. That's a hard one. Okay. Waking up early, escaping to the office is a good way too. Yeah. Yeah, imposter engineer. Wake up early and escape to office. Yeah, to get focus time, especially when family is around and things are busy. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, I hear you. Sounds like a good balance there. Yeah. Are you trying to get into software engineering, considering the interest? And also considering that you're already like hacking little things together here and there. So now you just love to, we would love prefer to stay in academia. Just be with just some programming skills or additional programming skills to just build whatever you need. Gotcha. Yeah. Imposter engineer knows what they want. That's nice. Dope, 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 dope. Okay, office scripts are written in TypeScript, yeah, or JavaScript. Fair enough. I'm really curious to see how the whole thing is going to go with the like massive spreadsheets, doing all the number crunching on that. Also trying to get into data science, machine learning stuff. Cool. Oh, have you seen the talks from Andrei Karpathy? And he has really good videos up as well on backpropagation, for example, like basic, like deep learning fundamentals that probably everyone who works in deep learning understands somehow how these things work. But you probably don't fully understand, or the intuition probably doesn't land until you hear some of the things that Andre explains, and he explains it extremely well. And of course, I have oh yeah, you should watch that. Let me find you a link. Let me see. Car. I don't have it in here. So just like you search backpropagation Karpathy YouTube. Here we go. The spelled out intro to neural networks and backpropagation. I would recommend it to anyone. It's probably the best explanation of backprop. And then also, what was it? Did he write micrograd or something like that? Karpathy GitHub, which is effectively a library, like micrograd, like a tiny little engine, a neural net library with a PyTorch-like API. And I think just the exercise of writing something like this is one thing that just like solidifies your understanding of these things. I remember way back when I was helping a Dutch university write their machine learning curriculum, an online Dutch university, I think it's LOE. And in that process, I did a lot of these low-level thingy, like calculating through backprop, like a lot of these grunt work things that you typically don't do, or trying to build your own little framework, even when there are existing frameworks out there. But it's good practice, and it gives you that intuition, which again cycles into this thing that John Osterhout is saying, is that like you just have to make those miles, make those hours, cut your hands and fingers at going into the wrong direction, learning, figuring out that intuition of what didn't work and why. If you investigate enough and you try to understand why things exploded, or why you ended up in kind of like, a dead end on the design front. And I think that's actually, yeah, unfortunately time is limited, extremely limited. So it really helps to have like good material to help guide you, and then be very aggressive in cutting time when you're in the middle of an exploration effort like this. And what I actually do to hack my time through these things is basically involve peers to spar with. I basically call in a bunch of buds once in a while to help me out with a tricky problem when I don't see it anymore. Or I use live streaming sometimes to talk to rubber duck problems, because I know that folks are seeing, and I typically don't deviate too much from what I already wanted to do. And then when I rubber duck, it typically helps. I could do it to the camera. I could do it to a real person. Sometimes I do it to my partner, Leanie. Yeah. True. Yeah, proper guidance really helps. And I think that's also where peers come in, because sometimes peers help you. They raise the right questions that make you question what you're doing enough to realize like, maybe I need to talk to someone who's more experienced, or maybe this is like new territory. So makes you at least a bit more aware of what you're going into. It's worked out relatively well for me thus far. Not sure it's going to work out for the future, so let's find out. Yeah, but thus far, good times. Absolutely. Yeah, this is one thing I have to. Didn't start it yet, so it gets a star. Cool. All right, so I'll exit out of this. A spreadsheet and OneNote. Slightly different space, obviously, the OneNote thingy. Let's see how operation in OneNote works. Just to know OneNote operation. I believe it's for Office 365. Online version allows you to do this with notes. At a show immediately. Some syncing delays have been reported by some. Okay, fair enough. That's more than you need in most cases. Speaking of, I think talking about what we're doing on multiplayer mode. Somewhere this week, I have to figure out, and I mean, like that's a tough call because it's already Wednesday. I have to figure out if I can get to implementing Superbase real time. I'm probably going to have to spawn a tutorial project, walk through it, figure out like how it really works, build that intuitions, figure out where my misunderstandings lie, so I can actually start creating rooms so people can sit in the same document together. Possibly you could see the cursors or whatever regions different people have selected. There's a lot that has to be implemented for like text selection to actually be there. So that's something I have to talk through with the developers as well, and figure out how to scope that out, which baby steps to get there. One thing that I maybe already have to validate at this point in time, so I can merge that bit. It was here. I think this was a draft updated a few hours, 23 hours ago. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. So test and track coverage. So something here failed, and that was okay. I think I fixed this already. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Imposter Engineer says to multiplayer mode, oh, you better. Yeah, Google OneDrive, they all have that. Notion also has that. It's basically the feature everyone builds into the thing, which I believe like large language model capability is going to be another thing that like a feature that every tool is going to build into. Is going to basically embed into their offering. So yeah, we have to get that implemented somehow. But I guess we need to have basic edit capability in place, or at least whatever primitives are necessary. So the controls for that, which we're in the process of merging in, and then gradually we'll be wiring things up to either real time or whatever else we're thinking of using. I was looking into Replicache, which is another project I was really excited about. So this one, Replicache, blocks, which is where this guy NV that wrote one of those Git NV, I believe. Let me just search for NV. Wrote this thing. This is a successful Git branching model. Vincent Dreesen. So GitFlow was effectively their brainchild. Yeah, my MVP requirements are very high already. You are absolutely correct. We have been playing around with the idea of just saying an org reader, and that's it. I know that some people are playing around with it already or looking at their files through this. The minimal bar is to have ability to log in, which I sorted out not too long ago, so I have to merge it in and access your private repos because a lot of information is private. So at that point, you probably unlock a lot more value for people to actually really start playing around with this in a serious setting, other than like more of a gimmicky thing, which this currently still is, unfortunately. And then from there, like real-time editing, that's not an MVP requirement. Definitely not. It's something that's also more or less solved. So with either real-time or replicache or live blocks, we should be able to implement it relatively quickly. So we can just wait with that until we've validated a couple of other things, make sure a couple of other core things are in place, like, oh, the files render correctly, it's relatively readable. Like there's some really basic stuff that you would think are not core feature issues, like we're fixing this weird the chevron positioning, which is, it gets really annoying sometimes. So navigating the hierarchy of a text may be painful. Your location is not reflected in the TOC, so sometimes just navigating along text is quite an ordeal. Here, at least it's highlighted where we last scrolled to. But this thing is embedded inside of, I believe, not in Stack, probably inside of builds, somewhere in there. This thing is hidden. You want that thing to automatically open up so you can see where you're at. Otherwise, this tool just becomes like this annoying, I have to look for this thing, do this almost scavenging, like scavenger hunt type of thing before I'm at the place where I need to be. Like, those frustrations need to go. There are blocks who can keep track of scroll location. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so these things exist. And I mean, like, so what do you mean, like scroll location? Maybe you can give me more example, because right now we can basically navigate to sections based on header IDs or something like that, any like allocational IDs. And then we scroll away from that. And then, of course, do you mean that the section to the left highlights based on where you are? That's something that we already, we have an idea of how to. Okay, yeah, let's go to that. Can I copy? I don't think I can copy, so I have to add it over. Unfortunately, unicorn utterances. Post. Stacking context. That is so weird. What else was? See the focus on the X and Y axis representing a 2D plane that the user interacts with, where there is actually a Z axis that's often ignored. Some browsers, such as Microsoft Edge, even provide a way to see a website blown up into a 3D view. Okay, so let's go to the scrolling part. Am I on the right page? Yeah, it seems like it. Okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, but like it does highlight. If I scroll far enough, you do see it highlight. Yeah, so there's indeed this one thing. I'm not even sure what it's called anymore, but we had a conversation with one of our developers about how to do this stuff, because it was also in the Bootstrap. The Bootstrap, it's probably called Spy. Hang on, it's called something like Spy. Let's see, web technologies. There's something. Scroll Spy, probably this thing. It allows you something like breadcrumbs, like heading breadcrumbs based on where you are in a document, which is really cool, because then all of a sudden you can also like mark TOC entries. And I think there's, here you see this example, right? That's kind of dope. Yeah. And this same mechanism would allow me to do like highlighting in a TOC, depending on what my scroll position is, or populating like breadcrumbs. Like that would be a cool thing to have at some point in the future, maybe. Bread. Go. Where is? I guess this is it. Yeah, something like this, where the breadcrumbs just expand into wherever you are, and they kind of like change as you scroll down. But then you also have like a fast control, a quick control to like exit to like one level, like to the parent or the parent's parent, like stuff like that. All this magic is providing a lot of opportunity. Makes it harder to decide what to do and what not to do, I gotta say. Yeah, but for now, focal point is allowing people to log in, then allowing people to access private repos, And then from there, just opening it up and maybe more like a private beta, because we're probably going to have to pay more fees once we start facilitating auth more. So we'll have like a paid Supabase account, a paid, um, probably not necessarily at real time that we're using, but you know the drill. And then the source is going to be open, so it's going to be GPL licensed or MIT licensed if we take out uni work and decide that we want to go MIT anyways. But for now, it's just going to be GPL, which means people can always take the code and deploy it inside of their own environment, run it themselves. But for the folks that just want something managed and don't want to think about it, the game plan is for us to then be managing something for them, and then have like text authoring features. I played around with OpenAI GPT-3 a few weeks ago when I was at a conference where I was basically doing the same stuff that many people are doing inside of Chat GPT now, which GPT-3, it's effectively just GPT-3 with some fine tuning. As far as I recall, or as far as I would suspect, I haven't actually read what they've done there. So I'm just guessing at this point. But yeah, and then you could be editing texts and maybe saying like, oh, a business person paraphrase this for me in a way that I understand. That was the ELI 5, like explain like on 5 Reddit-like thing that you could do with text, or question answering prompts that you can basically resolve inside of the tool directly, which of course Notion had the same idea. So they rolled out Notion AI about 2 weeks ago or so. So a lot of folks are raving about that. It's not a coincidence that the timing of that coincides with Chat GPT. I think almost every tool is going to have this, so it's not going to be as much of a feature anymore in a little bit, because every tool is going to do something comparable, and more or less large language model use is going to get commoditized. At least that's the way I'm thinking about it. So yeah, that's the sit rep, at least the way I see the situation. Yeah. Cool. Some interesting stuff going on. Thanks for popping in, by the way. It's really cool to kind of like nerd out like this. It's exactly what I'm doing these streams for. Sometimes I'm here completely solo, so I mean, I'm a baby streamer, so what was I expecting? Fair enough. But it's always nice when someone pops in, other than my mom's, who also pops in once in a while, tells me after a stream that she didn't quite get anything. And tell mom if she keeps up, probably in a year or so, she'll probably be looking at the code along with me, being like, okay, you missed the semicolon there. Yeah. Okay, so not necessarily doing that right now. It's nice. Substitute image with image, so there's no MR for this yet. Let me just reload, double check that that is correct. Oh, perfect. Thanks for that, Stefano. Yeah. So now we're back to code reviews. Let's do this. Problem computer writes is the one described here. The next image component not taking CSS classes. What is? The same problem is extra warning on the class name keyword on something like this. Okay, fixes the failed now. All right. Oh, so I guess in this case we just wrap it, right? Something we can play around with. So probably we don't have to worry about this. But let's focus on that. Let's see if we can get it to build. Then we go to this file, see where is there an object class name. So this thing is probably one of the problems with builds. So I don't think we. As long as it works, I don't think we need to worry about it right now. we just have to verify that, okay, it's also the model that we don't actively use at the moment, so we can ignore it. This is also in the model, I believe. Task. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Quite curious. Let us hear it. Is it something you can talk about, or is it something super secret? Yeah. I mean, like, in all fairness, like there are like so many of these ideas out there right now, so you got to act fast. It's all about execution now. Pretty sure that like at least 100 plus folks have a comparable idea. Oh yeah, like a bud of mine on let me see, I think wrote an entire novel for kiddos with using Mid Journey for image generation, and I don't even know if it was Chat GPT or maybe just GPT-3. Um, I just don't know. Let me see. Let me look up LinkedIn. Yeah, this one. Let's see. Is there? Let's see if there is a post about the children's book, or was it someone else on Instagram? Um, mm, mm, okay. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. It may have been. I mean, like Arnaud Achimon is. You could probably follow them on LinkedIn. Um, we've been thinking about doing a stream together, but we didn't quite get around to it yet. Maybe I should rekindle the idea. Um, I think you have. Like, you could probably make it happen. Um, Prompting in ChatGPT to get stories is not too hard. Prompting Midjourney or Stable Diffusion to get images out is not the hardest either. There are APIs that allow you to do it. So I guess if you're just using these APIs, then all of a sudden you remove some of this complexity of interacting with those systems, and then you can actually prototype something together. And there is also a YouTuber is selling something for $500 where you can kind of like uh, pull in ChatGPT inside of a Next.js app. I guess. Oh yeah, like there are plenty of those on. Let me see if I can move this over. Maybe I should. I can probably full screen this, and then do this. So okay, cool. You can tell that's not working. And like if you search ChatGPT Next.js, there are a couple of these like tutorials that basically outline how you can just build a basic app that talks to GPT inside of inside of a React Native app, and then you basically just have to run through the prompts, figure out from the output what you need to feed into those image generation models, and then for every chapter you can probably just compose a couple of image candidates, allow someone to select which one they like best, and store that information so you can kind of like retrain your setup a little bit, so with almost like a reinforcements learning loop. And then you could kind of nicely tie it together. So I guess there is some opportunity, but I would start with just manually prompting those machines, because there's a lot to learn in terms of intuition by just babbling with those machines and figuring out like, oh, these prompts work. Yeah, the drawings, short stories for bedtime. Yeah, you can basically just talk to. So the question was Chat GPT and Next.js. There's an API. Effectively, if you have access to the GPT-3 API, you can do a lot of the things that you are currently doing through Chat GPT. In fact, again, I think as I outlined before, I don't think that ChatGPT is very different from GPT-3. There's just like some fine tuning you probably want to do, or prompt. Like if you're not doing like proper fine tuning, then prompt engineering is the most basic, the first line of defense to figure out how to get your how to get story-like narratives in kind of like the tone that you want. Um, exactly. You see, already there. I can build the API app, no problem. But the API app is, how much is it? It's super cheap as far as I recall. In the beginning, you have API access for development, which is dirt cheap. And then of course you can, let me see, let me try to get in there. Robot, maybe you recognize that. Password. Passwords. Let's see, sort of like second factor. All right, so this we're in. What's pricing? Is there something on pricing? Well, what I would probably start off with is just text completion. And then I would do something to the effects of, oh, I actually have some examples of like how simple prompting can be. I'm just going to go to notes, open AI. I probably have it somewhere here. Did I experiment with fine tuning open AI? Just do this short codes. Yeah, so this is effectively, it feels like giving instructions to people. This is just classic GPT-3. Oh, you already have the pricing page, by the way. That's cool. Yeah. The token based is a couple thousand calls that you pay for. I mean, when you're developing, you don't even have to think about it. Yeah, per image. Language models is, yeah, token based. You say like, for 0.0004 per 1,000 tokens, which is effectively a measure of the size of the prompt you're feeding into it. 18 bucks. 18 bucks for what? What were you looking at? You said something. Oh, free. Okay, free credit. Yeah. Okay. 18 bucks free credit. Yeah, which probably goes quite a while for development. Yeah, fair enough. Nah, I think you can start playing around with that. See how far you get. And if you get like satisfactory results, then once you start opening up for people to actually start playing around with it and building stories for their own kiddos, they probably plug in their credit cards. You figure out a pricing model that works. At least I should, you're not funding the whole thing yourself out of pocket. Yeah. These are like fun hackathon projects to attempt in a weekend that probably don't take quite a weekend. I used to be able to build a lot of things over weekends. It feels like, and I don't feel like I can build as much in a weekend anymore. Maybe I picked the wrong tools. Maybe I'm overthinking things. But now things take a little bit more time to meet the minimal requirements that I have. So I don't know what it is. If for 80 bucks, you don't have to be rich. Also, if it works and people love it, you can certainly find an investor. If people love it. Here we go. The gospel with regards to weekend builds. Lower your standards. That's what it is. Yeah. Lowering those standards, it's hard. Let's see. Why is this failing? Okay, this is a problem that I I already anticipate this. Now, the reason this is not super critical is because the add about page, I'm waiting for, let me see, let me ask Idris if they have an idea on ETA on this. Cool, let me see that. View thread. Thanks. Let me double check. John just said something. Remember, so okay, here we go. So that is there. Perfect. Then I need to talk to Idris about getting the code. Okay, we'll take a look tomorrow. So this thing is going to be fixed. So once I get fixes for this in, I can basically merge in this point, code editing, Stefano's work, the about page. The about page is currently like semi-blocking or something in there that needs to be fixed, and I can't, just makes no sense to fix it in multiple branches and then potentially conflicting purpose. It's simple. And I can delete a local thingy. Yes. Cool. Worry about that. That is fine. Let's have a look at what it looks like. So we ripped out this thing, ripped out lang markdown. Interesting. That was laser markdown. And we're going to need it soon, so I'm probably going to have to reintroduce this at some point in time. Cool. Baby steps. We're getting there. All right, cool. So I know what's happening on that front. I've seen Stefano's work. I'm happy about that. So the next thing we have to go for, start a new project. We're going to call it RT for real time project. Proto 1. It's probably going to have to be track C. Yeah. And then here, where are we? We're all the way here. Super base off. That is problematic because I already replayed it here. So I can basically check it out again. Branch local. Here we go. Branch delete Vivina. So super base. Delete. Local, clean up my tree a little bit. Then there is one thing that I believe is killing this branch still. I mean, we don't want the branches to be broken. So what I'm going to check out, branch requests list. Meanwhile, we can go back to listening to John.
Pause. You think of it back in order to make it. That's the very four things that are in red, just to give you a sense of some of the ideas. 2 of them are design principles. Classes should be deep, define areas out of existence. And 2 of them are more about mindset. I'll talk about those. So the first one is this notion that classes should be deep. This is really just another way of thinking about this idea that the idea of information hiding that David Parnas first put out in a paper in the early 1970s. By the way, to me, this paper is one of the 2 most important classic papers in all of software design and engineering. Has anybody here read this paper? Classes? Great. It's still topical and relevant today. The last third, maybe not so much so, but the first part still, and it's got a great example and easy to read. So the way I think about it, think about a class as a rectangle. And the area of the rectangle is the functionality that class provides. So you can think of that's the benefit that the class provides to the rest of the system. Then think about the top edge. That's the interface to the class. And by interface, I mean everything someone has to have in their mind in order to use that class. It's not just the signatures for the functions, but things like side effects and dependencies and things like that. That's really the cost. You think if that's the complexity cost this class imposes on the rest of the system. So we'd like that to be as small as possible. So ideally, what you'd like is the greatest benefit, least cost. You'd like the smallest interface and then the largest area. So the opposite of that, I call a shallow class. So that's something that has either not a whole lot of functionality or a really, really complicated interface or both. Those classes, they just don't give us much leverage against complexity. In fact, in the worst case, the additional overhead of the interface adds more complexity than what you're hidden underneath the interface. And it's a net negative. What we'd like to have, of course, on the other side is a deep class. Very simple interface with a very large amount of functionality underneath it. I mean, that's another way of thinking about abstraction. Like, the idea of abstraction is we're trying to provide a simple way of thinking about something that's actually quite complicated underneath. So deep classes are good abstractions. And this notion, you can apply it to classes, you can apply it to methods within classes, you can apply it to interfaces in general, or modules in a system, or subsystems, anything like that that has an interface or an implementation. Yeah, question?
Because it seems important to give at least a few hints at the beginning.
This is what I give them before, well, it's concurrent while they're doing the first project. We don't have enough time for me to go through all the ideas before they start designing. So while they're designing, we're talking about this stuff in class. Here's a classical example of a shallow method, which I have to say I see distressingly often. There is essentially no information hiding in this method. In order to use it, you pretty much need to understand the complete implementation. And by the way, there's almost no implementation there. In fact, this is so bad that it takes more keystrokes to invoke the method than if you just did the body of the function yourself.
Let's look at the body of the function.
So bad than the complete implementation.
Okay, I see what it's saying. Very long function name or method name. I've seen this a lot in Java land. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
In this method. In order to use it, you pretty much need to understand the complete implementation. And by the way, there's almost no implementation there. In fact, this is so bad that it takes more keystrokes to invoke the method than if you just did the body of the function yourself. So it's basically a complete loss, just adding complexity and getting nothing back for it. Another example of a relatively shallow class I see all the time is a class for list manipulation. This is very shallow. I mean, lists are really easy to manipulate. It's 2 pointers. We know the pointers are hiding underneath there someplace anyhow. And so that's a very shallow class. Now, you can't always eliminate shallow classes. You know, sometimes you end up, the best you can do is a shallow class. So I wouldn't say you should never, ever have them. But a shallow class doesn't buy you much from a design standpoint. It doesn't help you in the fight against complexity.
So I think one thing that is perhaps a bit subtle is that the size of the class is not the amount of code that is in it right now. It might be the amount of code that you eventually have to add, or if you have to have multiple implementations of it, right? So maybe this doesn't make sense in isolation, but perhaps there is something else, which is there's another implementation of it is maybe right now or in the future, just going and storing stuff in a database or something like that. And so, like,
Let's see, regenerative AI. There's always someone who's beaten you to something, but it doesn't mean that their execution is the one and only true way to do it. So I would argue still opportunity for you to have your own spin on this. Probably Alexa stories are boring. That's probably why I haven't heard any of these Alexa stories. You could have like you know what your kiddos like, so you could make sure that this thing caters very well to those needs. And it's probably a fun hack, and I think probably sometimes the coolest thing is to see the magic in the eyes of folks that you built something for, that understand and appreciate it. I built like a little 2D platformer level, a pixel arty level for my to propose, and it looked crappy, but I think when Lainey saw it, she thought it was magical, and that's all I did it for. So I guess if your kiddos like start lighting up when they see this, like their eyes start lighting up when they see this, or hear that story and see those images, that potentially they kind of like recognize some references of whatever influence you used to bias the model to produce what you wanted. That's going to be well spent, I guess, in a way, right? These things are beautiful. Yeah. So you always have the time to build something still. Go for it. Don't let don't let Amazon ruin your dreams or ambitions to build something cool for the kids. All right. I'm going to move Codemare in a short while. Good. How does that look? Stage changes, all of this merging in. Looks pretty decent. Actually, I probably should run npm install again, and I'm pretty sure it's going to radically reshuffle around. You know what? If I ruin the merge, I can always start over again. That's correctly spelled this now. So right before I started stream, I had like a 3-hour drive from somewhere near Hanover, where we had our holiday celebrations. So I'm probably not going to stream super long. I think we're down 1 hour, 20 minutes already, which is a good time, especially considering how the great company I've been having today. So I'm probably going to start hunting for dinner soon, and then getting mentally in the right headspace, because tomorrow I have a call with Jesse, who's going to help us sort out some design problems. And y'all know we have many of those. So we can use all the help we can get. Quite excited about that. So this is exactly what I was going for. Running npm install. We basically reordered some of these things. Fair enough. We're accepting all of these changes. Clear writing. Enough. I think that is okay. A lot of stuff that's been moved around. Some blurring issues. This is fine. What happens now? Yeah. Merging with, I guess, running. Hang on. How do we continue this? Yeah, I lost. Maybe I should open another. Probably should. Magic log. Yep. Process. There we go. Merge, then commit the results. So if I go here, stage, you can look at the results here. I don't know if it's just a git commit. I don't know. Apply changes, is it just an apply? I guess it's an apply, so if I say A, that's already in the working tree. Magic commit. Say C. Let's see what happens. Here we go. that work? Snap. Oh, snap. Okay, that worked. So our git foo did not fail us there. That there. So the next thing that we want to do is code editing thing. That's already merged in the image part. That is good to go. You know what? Yeah, cool. I'm just going to pretend these errors are not going to block me. It's difficult to kind of like, what do we have? Result comment view that was updated. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that result comment view, where is that? Okay, let's have a look. Result comment view. All right, cool. Let's have a look. Let's see. Text full width. That's a closing thing. I'm probably going to restructure this a little bit, but we don't have to do it now. See, exactly, imposter engineer, this is one of those things that you're teaching me again. It doesn't have to be perfect, just merge it. Merge it, we're merging. This is a draft, ready to go. So we're merging this, merge and edit message. Yeah, go. Take Stefanos fix. Substituting something with images. I'm just gonna merge it in there. Merge. Doesn't have to be perfect. It roughly touches upon everything we really needed to do for now. So like, just whatever blocking points are there, just move on with it. Yeah, good. Doing that. Going to then notify Pigeon to start. I probably shouldn't. I'm just gonna kill the flow of work. What I can do is just make sure that this thing builds. Indeed. Ooh, so we already have a problem. Why did this not emerge earlier? If I never used, fair enough. So let's say source editor. Let's look at this view update. Fine. Use. There we go. Some callback value in view, set view. Interesting. Why is this thing there with unchanged use callback? Okay, let's figure this thing out. Unchanged value. Okay, cool. Unchanged use callback. Sort of like a link to documentation. For the docs. No, we're not. Oh yeah, we're doing something like use callback. Probably just open it right away. Memorize callback, use callback. So what is in there? Value. We don't do anything with that. Do something AB, returns a memoized callback. Memoization is something that we're remembering certain things, like kind of like cachy, like to avoid recomputing things that probably are already sufficiently current. I guess. I'm probably I'm almost certainly wrong about that, as with all things. So, you never took a note of that. That's it. There is no other example of this thing. So let's just make sure I find all the calls. Use callback. This is it. That's in line callback. Exactly. Return a memoized version of the callback that only changes if one of the dependencies has changes. Useful passing callbacks to optimize job. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So we triggered callback only if handle change has changed, which is weird. I would guess it never changes really. Right, so hang on. Code mirror, you unchanged. Yeah, that's good. And now we've done this. Code mirror package for React with TypeScript. What are we using here? UIW. Okay, so maybe I should just have a look at this. The same thing we're using. There we go. If we need a link to the Git repo, or is there anything code snippet? Unchanged, view, update, console, log, and value. Huh. Interesting. So is this really the best way to do this? You're right. So these are the extensions. I can't think about that yet at the moment. Okay, on change. I don't even know if we need an on change handler. On change. It's called back. This is the one place where we spot this. Let's say, is there something about use custom theme? Yeah, fair enough. A pass along theme, so we just define theme, pass it along. And this is the only place where we have this. Okay, here. Something else with it. Here we go. Unchange of value in the view update, and if we say, look, we can store the value, and then we can say the state is view update state adjacent state fields. State fields, they come from somewhere up there. Huh. Ooh, interesting. I see what's going on. Okay, fair enough. So for now, we can basically say that we don't need the other. What we're going to do, we're basically just going to get this thing to run. We're gonna trick the system. So we have update. I don't know. Should be any. I'm not very happy about this signature. So hide mode, probably type restart server that exists. Nothing. So if we call unchange here, let's code mirror unchange. So code mirror unchange types. That's a good one. I could probably find out where this thing is defined. Oh, and unchange. Here we go. And value string view update is view update. View update is exported. And so I should be able to import it. Export it. Let's see. Export default that view update. Give me all occurrences of this thing. All right, cool. So that doesn't happen. So here, this thing is the thing I've been looking for. Sometimes it shows up in the mini buffer, like this little bit of this kind of like this note to self. in the line below, and sometimes nothing shows up on my source files. Here, this is exactly what I want most of the time. I don't understand how I get it. How do I invoke? Maybe I should. Here, I'm looking at tree servers loaded. It's TS mode. TS. So does that have any effect? Okay. Probably what I can do. I can go there and private mode. Yeah. I don't know. That's their major mode. TypeScript mode defined. Lang. Okay. So for some reason that is there. So go back here and I say TypeScript mode. Yeah. Ah, magic. Is that working in? Let's see. Oh goodness. Sometimes tooling is such a programming without it. Yesterday is okay. Here, view update any. It's not any. It's view update. Exactly. It's a React app. Yes. It is. This is that little thing I was showing. The thing I was showing you earlier. Yeah. So here we have Code Mirror. We're using Code Mirror as code editor. Some cool stuff. And I'm just trying to figure out how to get the types correct. This is the type of view update. We don't know what it is in here. And quite frankly, there's no way for us to edit. Oh yeah, so we export everything from utils. Code Mirror, extend, blah, blah. We get editor, view update. So probably I need to import those things in here. So say like view update from Code Mirror view. Would have been nice if I could change the interface. Extends blah blah blah. React code. Now maybe I should be able to say React Code Mirror props. Does it exist in here? Because there is this way for me to get React Code Mirror props. You know what that is? Fine. Let's say React Code Mirror props dot. What was it? On change. Doesn't work like that. Because it extends min editor config doc that, and then there is a structure there of properties on chain. Okay, this is too much to ask for. Too much to ask for. What we can do, this thing here has the right signature. I'm happy about that. And here, we're just going to do something basic. Say if handle change. I don't even know what this is. Have to look back at this thing here. You don't need to do this weird check. Okay, if that's set, we say handle change. Value, that handler has been defined somewhere else. So let's assume that that doesn't matter for now. We handle change, right? In this case, we just set item, and otherwise we say view update dot state to JSON. I believe what we can do, we can kind of like excuse ourselves and say like, you know what, we tackle this later. Probably a sloppy way to do this. Probably doesn't even build. Cool. Fair enough. Define but never used. sloppy. Mm, yeah, fair enough. And we had view update is defined never used. Comment that out. I have the feeling that I'm doing something weird. I'm still not sure we're doing the right thing here. Memoization thing. Let's have a look here. Previous prompt filled with next public superbase URL and next public superbase key and fars are required. In the main, I can imposter engineer. I think I know who this is. Why don't I use an editor that has a bit more intelligence, autocomplete, etc. I don't feel like I need it. I also kind of like the sleuthing. It forces me to figure out how the tools underneath it work. So I'm always pretty familiar with how all the underlying tools fit together, which helps me in debugging. That's why I like my simple editor, and I have like a lot of things. Like I have like my notes tied into it. I can jump really fast back and forth. So this works for me. You could have like some autocomplete, but a lot of developers, like I know a lot of developers that hate autocomplete because it's distracting, even though it may help them finish some things faster. Sometimes it's not about getting there faster, but making sure that once you develop something, you fully understand how certain things tie together, or you've seen certain things that at least inform your design choices. At least my thesis. So yeah, that's the age-old question. Why do you not use an editor that's a bit more intelligence? Which editor are you using? VS Code, I suppose? All right, so here, I can probably pretty sure I can file safely now. Let's see. Can do that here. Okay, cool. So, and local. We don't even have an env local file in this branch, so I'm just going to write env local, and variables we need are okay. So here we have this notice. Here, I'm just going to drop in here, and so we need this one. That one. Yeah, so let's just blah, and hash. There we go. So that config local file is there. And at least now, build should complete a little further. Now, well, honestly, a lot of really skilled coders are using VS Code, so I don't think that the editor you pick says something necessarily about your skill level. Not too much. Some people just like the thrill of having like tooling that feels like a well-oiled machine, even if it's not the best vehicle or tool out there. It's like people that drive sports cars. Like, obviously, they don't handle as well, and they feel extremely erratic if you don't know what you're doing. But then once you're in your flow with that tool, it's kind of like beautiful in a way, in a weird way. So yeah, I won't judge anyone for tools they use. I would be completely open to them judging me for the tools that I use. So, because I mean, like sometimes it's objectively bonkers. It's not always a fun toolbox. Not always, but you know what? I have enough intelligence here. I can hover over things. I can see what they mean. I get down at the bottom of the screen. You can see like types are showing up. Yeah, people have really strong opinions about tools. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it's a lot of it is about flow and speed of thought, and for a lot of folks, having the right tools and being able to like obtain that right speed of thought is critical. So I wouldn't be surprised or blame them for it. for me, it's definitely a thing. I'm guessing I'm probably somewhere on the spectrum, which is why I really get frustrated when tooling doesn't behave a certain way, or if I feel like it's needlessly inflexible, requires me to play around with my mouse too much. Probably another thing you've noticed, I haven't been really touching much of my mouse. I've been jumping in my editor just with my keyboard, which I'm very used to until we have brain machine interfaces that take the mousing away for me. I'm probably not going to enjoy any editor that forces me to get back to mousing and internal and binding. So I'm kind of like in between the Vim and Emacs camp, where I love Emacs. I've used it for so many years. I like Vim. I've used it for many years as well. They do whatever I need. They're pretty minimal. The toll on the system is also minimal. This is probably the wrong screen, but yeah, I typically always have Go top open to see what my computer is going through. And I hate it. Like VS Code is effectively a WebKit session, and these things tend to be extremely heavy. You can see Chromium is already like basically extracting so much resource from my machine. I refuse to have an editor that takes so much compute. I think an editor should always be a light tool, my opinion. Don't hold me against it. Don't take it as gospel. That's just one idiot's opinion on the matter. Yeah. So it's all good. Are you okay? Yeah. So you're a VS Code user. It is heavy. Yeah. And that's one thing I don't really like. So what happens when I start my computer? I start Emacs. So I have a system control user Emacs status. Let's say Emacs. So I run Emacs as a session, as a daemon in the background, and then I can connect to the daemon through like very thin light clients, which is like this little screen you see here. But on one of my other screens, I have like an email client open, or I have my email tool, basically an Emacs package, open inside of another one of these Emacs clients, and they're extremely light on the machine. So it's hardly like anything is happening. Fair enough, Emacs, mostly single-threaded stuff. So sometimes you have to wait for it, which probably frustrating for me. But I've worked my ways around that. And then it's extremely hackable, which I kind of like enjoy. Once in a while, I get to optimize parts of my workflow by writing tiny tools that help me here and there. So like, for example, one thing I did, this is, do this, for example, and I'm looking at a branch. Sometimes I just want to have the name of the branch that I'm at. I can just type in magic branch, and then something is copied over that I can paste into my browser when I'm talking on Slack, which is kind of like I based that on this other thing that I found where you can basically type in Alt W, get the revision or the SHA of the commit, and then be able to paste it to someone. Like tiny things like that. I've internalized so many of these bindings, or I know some of these commands because sometimes I write them myself, which probably remove what would have been like 4 clicks for someone else, or maybe a bunch of keystrokes first going to your terminal and then typing git whatever ref or whatever command you type to kind of like get the SHA shown. I don't know. I don't think they're like objectively valid reasons. It's just my personality and my personal quirks have leaked into my tool choices, and I'm happy with it. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll switch over to the dark side. Also, another thing I hate about them, about VS Code, was that they have telemetry on by default. There's a bunch of shit that Microsoft does that is not completely transparent. And you can use VS Codium, but that's not quite the same. I think it's more of a principal reason. I'm a little bit of a floss fan, kiddo, in that way. Is, I don't know, not extremely helpful, but unfortunately it's the way it is. So what are we going to do about it? I don't know. All right, so this thing is happening here. That's new to me. I don't know why we have this SWC Android. When probably not bad, but I can figure out that's a that looks like the something web compiler SWC. Do I have any notes on that? See if I can find one on this. And maybe I should use the split screen stuff again. SWC. We do have notes on that. C web compiler, right? Rust-based compiler. So we basically pulled, I'm guessing, we basically pulled in dependencies there. Alt to Webpack or Bobble to fix eval platform issue with platform coupling to package outlet. So why do I have this problem? So this is weird. I don't understand why I have this issue. I probably never debugged it. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm going to go back to this thing, and I'm basically just going to take the loss. I'm going to go back to my project. And it's probably at this point here, I'm just going to say, like, you know what? For track SWC Android ARM EAB, which I probably should be doing in a branch. So let me just create a branch checkout and check out new branch. Starting at that, we can clean up. So SWC artifacts assets plus format. Does that work? No. So all that we have in here is just it's another thing that a lot of people swear by Emacs because Nugget, the Git client in there is pretty slick. For track SWC assets into manifest. Okay, and that is weird. This and then you have like these weird things that happen once in a while, like what the hell is going on? Okay, cool. And then you're formatting. This is right. So it's reformatted this thing. So crap. What can we do about this? Can we do anything with view update if we're not using it? I think maybe I just disable the error messages. It's fine. Let's say like just disable these ours. I'll click here. See, which is probably already Dijon being aware of this upcoming issue and me just forgetting that I needed to move that one line down. And that didn't, okay, well, that was a different error. Let's do that. See how this works. I think we're already past the point where it was broken. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're past that point. Nice. Here we go.
I kind of wonder if you disagree with that characterization that you need to keep track of the evolution of the class in mind when deciding on its depth.
Well, I agree with that. In fact, the whole idea behind software design is we're doing things for the future. We're doing things today to make it easier for us to develop in the future. And so you have to think a little bit ahead. Although, as you know, the classic problem with software is we can't visualize the future very well, so it's dangerous to try and think too far ahead. But I agree with your concept in general. in this particular case, the problem is that the interface is already so specialized that there's just probably not a lot of room for wiggle room under there. Almost certainly anything you change to the implementation is probably also going to change the interface. And so, again, it's probably not going to help you. But if you have reason to believe it will, yeah, sure. The problem at least is, and by the way, I think this is one of the biggest mistakes people make. Too many, too small, too shallow classes. And the reason people do that is because they've been taught classes and methods should be small. How many of you at some time in some course were taught your methods should be small? And how many of you have been given a number? Like any method larger than n lines, you should chop it up. How many of you have heard something like that said?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me a small value of n you've heard. 20? Has anybody heard 10? I've heard 10 sometimes.
Okay.
So if you take this to the extreme, this results in what I call classitis. Classitis is when somebody says classes are good, and somebody else thought what they heard was more classes are better. And so under classitis, your goal is to have as many small classes as possible, where each class adds the tiniest possible amount of new functionality to the previous classes. If you want more functionality than that, make another class for it. Probably the best example of this in the world today is the Java class library. There's nothing in the Java language that requires this, but somehow this has just become the culture in the Java world. There's tons of little, tiny, shallow interfaces. Like, for example, the thing that just bugged me about Java when it started, if I want to open a file and read serialized objects from it, I have to create 3 objects. First, I have to create this file stream, but for some reason, I don't get buffering. When in fact I want buffering, it's like, do you want to eat today? Well, I'm buffering, I have to create another object. And then if I want to read serialized objects, yet another object on top of that. And each of these can throw exceptions that I have to catch, and then exceptions can come halfway through, and I have to do cleanup. Enormous amount of complexity for something that's really, really simple. So I think they lost sight of the idea that, first of all, in managing complexity, the common case matters a lot. You want to make the common case really, really simple. You shouldn't have to do all of this. Hey, maybe I want to be able to not have buffering, but that should be an option that, if I don't want buffering, that should be where things get more complicated. I have to remember to ask especially for buffering. But to me, it's not about length. Length is really not the fundamental issue. I don't have problems with methods that are hundreds of lines long if they're relatively clean, if they have a deep interface to them. It's abstraction. That's the most important thing. So rather than striving for length, you should first try and get these deep abstractions. And then if you end up with something that's really big and long, then see if you can chop it up. But depth is more important. So what's an example of a deep interface? My favorite in the world, probably one of the most beautiful interfaces ever invented, is the Unix file I/O interface. 5 functions, falling over easy interfaces to every function. The only complexity is the flags and the permissions for opener, a little bit funky, but everything else is very, very simple. And then think about what's hidden behind this simple interface. There's typically hundreds of thousands of lines of code behind that to do everything from managing disk space to file caching to device drivers, enormous amounts of code, and of course many other lower level interfaces behind this. But just this amazingly beautiful 5 functions. Today, people look at this and they go, well, yeah, of course, that's the way you design things. But it was not like this. Anybody in this room actually programmed around the time Unix came out? Only a few of us are old enough to have done that. Things were pretty horrible before then. Like, for example, in pre-Unix file systems, there would be a totally different set of kernel calls if you wanted to open a file for random access versus sequential access. 2 different sets of kernel calls, different kinds of files. You have to declare your file, random access or sequential. And Unix just had this amazingly simple, beautiful example. And then we go to my second principle, which is define errors out of existence. So we all know that exceptions are a huge source of complexity in systems. For example, in the RAM cloud storage system, we thought we were building a low latency storage system. Figured out we'd be spending all of our time making things really fast and low latency, but in fact, 90% of our time went into doing crash recovery. So they're a huge source of complexity, and again, the common wisdom kind of leads people astray. You're taught to program defensively. And people then think, I should be throwing lots of exceptions. The more exceptions I'm throwing, the better defense I'm doing. And as long as I, building my module, catch all the errors and heave them up in the air as exceptions, I don't have to worry about where they land or who's going to deal with them. I've done my job. In fact, the more of them I throw, the better programmer I am. But then that just results in this explosion of exceptions that have to be caught and handled, and then the exceptions themselves create more bugs, and you have secondary exceptions and so on. I would argue, in general, overall, we should try to minimize the number of places where you have to handle exceptions. You can't completely eliminate it, but try to minimize that. And the best case of all, which I find you can do surprisingly often, is simply to redefine the semantics so that there is no error. There is no exception at all. That's the best. It's just gone completely. So let me give you 3 examples of that. First one, when I was designing the Tickle scripting language many years ago, I introduced an unset command, which deletes one or more variables. When I was doing this, I thought, by the way, this is a classic mistake people, I thought, why in their right mind would anybody ever delete a variable that doesn't exist? That makes no sense. So I'm going to throw an exception. Well, it turns out people do that all the time. For example, you're halfway through a computation, you decide you just want to bail. So you want to clean up all the mess you might have made. So you go through and delete every variable that you might have created, but you don't know which ones you actually got around to creating yet. And so some of them don't exist. In practice, people complain about this all the time. And in fact, if you look at Pickle code, is that virtually every invocation of the unset command is wrapped in a catch command that will catch the exception and throw it away. That happens. So what I should have done, I don't know why I didn't fix it once I found the problem. That was my second mistake. What I should have done was redefine the semantics so that unset makes a variable not exist. If you think of it that way, well, if the variable doesn't exist already, we're done, clean, no harm, no foul. And so that's what I should have done. Should not have thrown that exception. Another example is file deletion. In Windows, at least in the early days, trying to delete a file when some process had the file open, that was not allowed. Anybody experienced this? Anybody use Windows experience this? It's this horrible thing, and then now you figure, okay, who's got it open? And you start going around killing programs to try and make it delete the file, and you can't find which program has it open. So finally, you just give it and you reboot. And then it turns out, that it's a system daemon that has the file open. So when you reboot, it's still, you can't delete it. Unix had a beautiful, really lovely solution that makes this error go away. In Unix, if you delete a file while it's open, what happens is it deletes the file from the directory, from the namespace. It no longer appears anywhere in the file system. But the actual contents of the file still hang around so that any process that's using the file can continue to access the file. And then when the last open instance of the file is closed, then finally it cleans up and throws away everything else. A lovely solution, because you could have made the other mistake, which is say, I'm going to delete the file, and now anybody doing I/O on the file gets an error. That would probably be even worse, because now every program would have to be written to handle the case where the file goes away in the middle of your accessing it. So Unix had this beautiful solution where there's no errors on either side. It just does the right thing. So Windows, they eventually realized this was a problem. And I don't know where they are in the evolution of fixing it, but I know that the first stage they did is they had some special flag you could set that would say delete the file even if it's open. Or you could open the file. Then you can allow it to be deleted while it's open. But they didn't get rid of the directory entry. They kept the directory entry around. And so you couldn't recreate the file while it was open. So if you were, for example, trying to rebuild and the binary was in use, you couldn't modify them, couldn't create a new version of the binary file because the directory entry was locked down. So they still didn't get it right. So again, examples of why you just want to make these errors go away. Third example, which is people often consider more controversial when I say this one, is substrings. In Java, there's various methods that will extract a substring out of a string. And these methods are very exception happy. If either of the indices is outside the range of the substring, it throws an exception. And I believe if they're kind of out of order, it throws an exception. I find this a huge pain. I end up typically having to write my own code to effectively clip my indices to the range of the string before I invoke the Java substring command, so I won't get these exceptions. Again, I consider this just a bad idea. Instead, it's so much simpler. Just define substring so that it returns the overlap between the indices you've specified and the available contents of the string. So if both of the indices are outside the range of the string, it returns an empty string. You know, if they're in reverse order, clearly there can't be anything in the right order, it doesn't return, and just does the clipping automatically. This would eliminate so much extra code people have to write, and also, I suspect, a lot of runtime exceptions that occur because people forgot to clip their indices to the range of the string before they invoked the command. Again, the overall idea here is to try and reduce the number of places where people have to deal with exceptions. The book talks about a few other ways of doing this, but the best case of all is just to define the exceptions away. Just make the normal behavior always do the right thing. Nobody's objecting on the Java subject. Usually somebody raises their hand and objects to that.
Yeah, so not objecting, but define intuitive semantics perhaps is a more complete definition. I mean, you could simply say, okay, whatever set of parameters you pass, you have random behavior that are difficult to explain. But the examples you gave were very, very intuitive, like when you define the overlap between the indexes and the available space, or the TCL, etc.
Somebody want to argue that Java substring should throw exceptions? I know some of you are thinking it, so.
I think it should throw a runtime exception because, like, you can. Sometimes it could be just the wrong assumptions on client side. Like they just done something wrong and they're assuming that's correct range, but it's not. I think it should be runtime exception.
This is part of the philosophy about we're going to try and keep people from making mistakes, which it's a kind of a noble thought, but the problem is that it's really hard to keep people from making mistakes. And so typically what happens when we try and do this is we introduce lots of complexity, which makes it hard to even do the right thing. And so I'd argue in general, we want to make it really, really easy to do the common case and the right thing. We should have, you still have to do testing to catch mistakes. And so this isn't going to replace the need for unit tests. But in general, I think when you try and build systems that can keep people from making mistakes, you usually create a whole lot of complexity for everybody.
So how do you distinguish between Java substring versus Java.string.character at index? Should that throw an exception if the index is out of range?
Good question. That one probably should, because you can't really return a character. You know, what do you, if, you know, you could redefine a kind of like IEEE floating point did, where there were special values that represented arithmetic errors and things like that.
Geez.
So if you had some sort of a null character that you could return, that might make sense, but we don't really have that in our character sense. So you, in that case, you really can't, I'm not sure what you would return if you're going to return something. So, yeah, so that, in that case, you probably do have to throw it.
Question. One question. So when is it a good idea to actually throw exceptions? So there are intuitive cases you want to eliminate exceptions as much as possible. Then how do you decide, no, there's nothing that I can do, my changing semantics doesn't work, and I really have to throw an exception now?
Well, if you fundamentally can't carry out your contract with your caller, if you can't implement your interface, then you sort of have to throw an exception. You know, like if you're reading, for example, doing a read operation and the read can't succeed because you got an IO error, you have to, that's information that you do have to reflect that back to the caller. So you can't eliminate all exceptions. You know, some of the students in the class thought this was really a great idea, and so they basically wrote no exception handlers in their code. I said, I'm just defining them out of existence. I said, no, some of them actually matter. You have to, and a lot of software design, I think, is, you know, what matters and what doesn't matter. And ideally, you'd like to make as little matter as possible. I mean, you'd like to be to not depend on very many things, but you have to recognize the things that really are important and do matter, and those you do have to reflect in the system.
Do you have thoughts on exceptions versus extra status code or extra error code returning?
Boy, that's a classic argument. Exceptions versus return values. You know, there are times when each makes sense. I believe exceptions actually provide the most value when you throw them farthest. If they're going a long way up the stack, that's where they provide the biggest benefit, because you've made it unnecessary for a whole bunch of intermediate layers to deal with the situation. You can take it all the way back to the source and deal with it at the source. If you are catching exceptions in methods you call, you know, there's not as much value for that compared to just getting a return value. It's not a whole lot different. And one of the problems with exceptions is also they all have clunky syntax. And actually, checking a return value is actually simpler syntactically than declaring an exception handler. But a lot of times some of these exceptions you really will want them to propagate a long ways, and so then even if the caller is going to look at it, you probably want to manifest it as an exception rather than return value.
Any thoughts on crashing as a way of avoiding passing along?
Any thoughts on crashing as a way? Yeah. Actually, crashing is a fine thing to do in certain situations. Like, for example, in most programs, I would argue you should not be trying to count out-of-memory exceptions. It's just hopelessly complicated to try and do that because you depend so much on memory that for most applications, if you run out of memory, just crash. I mean, print a message and crash. It almost never happens. Machines today have tons of memory anyhow. I think, again, use with caution, but I think there are situations where just crashing is a fine thing. The alternative would create so much complexity that you probably wouldn't get it right in the first place. You'd end up crashing anyway.
John, there's 17 questions on the dory, so I'll just ask the top ranked one so that we don't run out of time. The question is from Kun, and in real life, development is often under various constraints. For example, tight schedule, need to experiment and be flexible about design, lack of mature tools, library, etc. Does your approach to software design philosophy change based on real-world constraints?
Yes, and actually, that's a good reason. Let me move on to the next part of the talk, which we're going to talk about that. And I think I want to keep moving too, because we're starting to run a little time. About a couple of specific techniques or philosophies you can use, but I think one of the biggest obstacles to good design is mindset. If you don't have the right mindset, you will just never produce a good design. And I think there's two ways of approaching the programming or design process, which I call tactical and strategic. Unfortunately, most people take the wrong approach, which is the tactical approach. In the tactical approach, your goal is to get something working. Your next feature, some bug, whatever. But that's your goal, to get something working. You think, how can that be wrong? Isn't that the whole goal of building systems? We want them to be working. Well, the problem with this approach is that when you do it, then you usually have the mindset that, well, I'll try and make it mostly clean, but if I take a couple of shortcuts or a little bit of kludges, as long as I don't do too many of them, if I get it working, that's what really counts. The problem with that is that those kludges build up really fast. Because not only are you doing it, but everybody else on your team is doing it.
Yep.
And then after a while, you start saying, probably shouldn't have made that decision back there, but we've got our next deadline we've got to hit. I'll try and find time after that deadline. But then by the time the deadline's done, you've introduced so many kludges, you realize it's going to take weeks to fix all these, and you don't have time for that. And so it just never happens. The result of this, inevitably, is the system turns to spaghetti really, really fast. And the problem is that complexity isn't one mistake you make. It's not a single big thing that makes the system complicated. It's hundreds or thousands of mistakes made by many people over a period of time. And so that means, first of all, you don't notice it as it's happening. It's just a bit at a time. But then even worse, once it's happened, it's almost impossible to fix because there's no one thing you can go back and fix to fix the problem. It's thousands of things in hundreds of places. And so it's just so overwhelming you never get to it. But by the way, there's an extreme of the tactical programming, personality type I call the tactical tornado. This is a person who turns out enormous amounts of pretty shoddy code that kind of 80% works at a huge rate and leaves a wake of destruction behind them. And in many organizations, these people are considered heroes. This is who management goes to when we need the new feature for tomorrow. And they'll have a feature tomorrow that works for most of the day tomorrow, anyhow. In fact, actually, when I gave this talk, somebody said, oh, is that what you mean by the 10x programmers? No. How many of you feel like you've been in the presence of one or more tactical tornadoes over your career? Yeah, every organization has them. I'm sure they're here at Google. And unfortunately, one of the things I hope to do is to provide a name for this so we can start calling them out and maybe educate management. How many of you feel like your management actually rewards tactical tornadoes? And that's even worse, unfortunately. So, the tactical approach is really, really easy to slide into. It's very hard not to do that. So the first thing you have to realize, if you want to do great design, you have to realize working code is not enough. That can't be the only goal. It's So table stakes, of course, have to work, but that shouldn't be the real goal. Instead, you should take what I call a strategic approach, where the goal is a great design. That's the most important thing. Yes, it's got to work today, but we have to have a great design. Why do we want a great design? It's so that we can develop fast in the future. It's really all about investing. Invest in good design today, because most of the code we develop is going to be in the future. And so if we mess things up today, we're slowing ourselves down in the future. So you have to think about complexity, try and find ways to drive complexity out of the system. And fundamentally, and this is the hard part, you have to sweat the small stuff. And you sort of have to have a zero tolerance approach. Don't let those little bits of lint creep in, because if they do, then you're going to slide back into a tactical mode again. So if you program strategically, you're going to go slower at first, but presumably, in the end, you'll end up going faster. I mean, even with the strategic approach, your development will still slow down over time because complexity is inevitable. We can't prevent it. We can only kind of slow the growth as much as we can. But eventually, you'll end up programming faster. So the issue is you have to invest. If you're not willing to take a little bit of extra time today, at least a little bit, you can't do good design. But in my opinion, it all pays back. You always get your investment back. Now, the challenge is, what are the parameters of these curves? Like, how much slower do I have to go initially? When do I get to the point where the slopes are the same, so I'm at least now running as fast as I was practically? When do I actually catch up, so I'd actually have a net gain? And then how much faster I go at the end? And this, unfortunately, I don't know of any quantitative answers to any of those questions. I have opinions. Like, my opinion is that the crossover period is somewhere in the 6 to 12 month range. Roughly how long it takes you to forget about why you wrote that last chunk of code. But I don't have any data to back that up, unfortunately. So that's the challenge, because people can see the cost today, but they can't really estimate when the benefit's going to come or how long in the future it's going to be. And so it's really easy just to optimize for this part down here.
Just a quick question. Are you sort of analyzing open source development and seeing whether or not you can observe this? I mean, it would require some judgment.
I'm not sure how you do. You can look at the rate of commits and the new lines added, but the problem is you don't know how much effort went into those.
Yeah.
So
I think like when a new storage device comes out and people will write new file systems or something, you could look at this across different OSs and see.
that's a thought. It's hard. So the question is, how much do you invest? Actually, let me charge for a couple more slides because we're starting to run a little tight on time. So what's the right amount to invest? And if you look at most startups, honestly, they're mostly completely 100% tactical. They feel this tremendous pressure to get the products out. Our financing is going to run out in 6 months. Whatever evil we put in with our, when we become famous and wealthy and do our IPO, we'll be able to hire more engineers to clean up this mess. And so, they end up with horrible spaghetti code bases. And unfortunately, of course, once you get that, it's pretty much impossible to clean it up. I've never heard of anybody. Maybe if you could go back and completely rewrite, you could do it. Maybe there have been examples of that, but almost never happens. But to me, Facebook is the poster child for this. They even built it into their company model: move quickly and break things. And they did both of those. So now, in a sense, developers kind of like this. Fresh college hires could come in, they're super empowered, they push their first commits and they're changing the website in 1 week. The first week on the job feels like, really empowering for them. But their code base is just a notorious mess. One summer, a couple of my graduate students went there for internships. They came back and they just couldn't believe what they'd seen. And this was interesting because my students had been whining for the whole previous year about, why do we have to write unit tests and write documentation? And Linux doesn't have any unit tests, and Linux doesn't have any comments. Why do we have to do this? I never heard that again after they came back to Facebook. So Facebook has eventually realized this, and so they changed their motto to move quickly with solid infrastructure. It's like, no, I meant to say wouldn't, not would. So have they been able to fix it? I don't know. Now, people hear this, they say, oh, yeah, but Mark Zuckerberg is the 4th wealthiest person on the planet. How can this be a bad approach? And of course, the answer is you can be successful with crappy code. You can be tactical and build companies that succeed. Facebook has done it. But I have 2 thoughts on this. One is you can also succeed with the other approach. And although I don't have a personal experience with either of these companies, my sense is that both Google and VMware took a much more sort of stronger design culture approach. At least particularly in the early years, 2000 to 2010, those were the two companies known in Silicon Valley. This is where the really great software developers go. They really care about design, and they do really good coding. And the reason this matters is that if you have that culture, I think you're in a much better position to recruit the best programmers. And we know about this 10x phenomenon. The best way to get great products out fast is to get the best programmers. And so I think the strongest argument in favor of a good design culture is that it allows you to hire top people, and that will give you an advantage. So you can do things the crappy way if you want, but there's enough success stories to show that you can make this work. You can do the investment approach. But then again, but how much to invest? I would say, how much can you afford? And just ask yourself, what's the most we can afford at this stage in our lifetime to invest? I think in terms of maybe 10 or 20%, something like that. I think almost everybody, you can afford to go 10% slower today, realizing you're going to get it all back. It's not a sunk cost. It's all coming back to you in somewhere, 6 months to a few years, you're going to get it all back again. You can afford to do that. And I think in terms of small steps, not heroics. You can't spend 6 months and completely design the whole system from first principles before you write any code. That doesn't work. We know one of the problems with software is we can't visualize the way our systems are going to turn out. You have to use a somewhat iterative approach. Okay? I say think of it in terms of small steps. So when you're building new modules, take a little bit of time to design the interface, train up with deep classes, write the documentation as you're going, unit tests, of course. And then whenever you make changes, you have to realize you can't get it right the first time. One of the rules of software, we just can't. So assume every time you're in the system, you're going to have to be improving things. Always look for something you can make better. And one reason for this is you're probably making something worse when you go in also. So even if you just want to break even, you got to find something to improve. But just think that I'm just trying to at least break even. So, and this is against the normal philosophy. I think oftentimes when people are changing existing code, they go for what's the smallest number of lines of code I can possibly change to do this. I think sometimes it's because they're afraid, I don't understand this, I'm going to break something, so I'll make the fewest lines of change, so I'll just kind of directly access a global variable, another file, rather than trying to find a clean interface for it. So don't do that. Try and find a clean way of doing things. And ideally, in the best case, you'd like to end up where you would have ended up if you had built the whole system from scratch, knowing what you know today. That's what you like. Is this the way we would have done it if we had built it from scratch? That's the ideal. Now, you can't always do that. Sometimes that would be refactoring way beyond the scale of what you can do. So again, I would just say, ask yourself at any given point in time, am I doing the most I possibly can? Don't just give in and say, the boss says we've got to get a release out tomorrow, so I'm just going to hack this thing in and make the boss happy. Ask, is this the best I can possibly do?
John, you didn't touch on layering, which is often considered very good in software engineering, but it also has a challenge of performance of the code when it executes. Often the functionality is replicated in multiple layers, and it's not clear how to distill that without mucking up the code.
So what is your question? Are layers good?
Yeah, so how do you deal with layers, the demand for abstraction of layers and the demand for performance, both contradicting each other?
We need layers for managing complexity, so in that sense they're good. They do have problems for performance. I think people do too many layers. And so I think that's a common mistake, is to throw in lots of skinny layers, again, rather than having a smaller number of meatier layers. That's one problem. The other thing is that for cases where performance matters, if you think a little bit about what your key performance metrics are, I believe you can often define your layers in a way that allows you to achieve very high performance, even with layering. But you have to be thinking a little bit about so at least the overall kind of gross level performance metrics while you're doing your system design. Okay, so anyhow, I think this investment thing is the biggest challenge, particularly because a lot of managers, I think, don't really get it, and they're pushing for the next feature or the next release. I don't know how to combat that except to have the people that everybody recognizes as the great engineers in the company go to management and try and get management buy-in. And I think it'd be great if companies could have some explicit. This is in our engineering philosophy. We will invest at 10%. We say roughly on average, 10% of our resources are going towards making designs better, not just cranking out next feature. Hey, John.
Hi, John. I haven't looked at this for 20 years now, but the quantitative analyses that you're describing were the domain of the software engineering community for a while. I'm wondering if you sort of poked into that space to see if they have experimentation, numbers, analyses that might be useful, or have they just dropped off the map?
I haven't looked very carefully, partly because I'm sort of skeptical that it is possible to measure it in a meaningful way. So I haven't, but I would love to see numbers if they were more believable, but I haven't looked at them. Okay, so I just have a couple more slides and open up questions. So is the course working? You know, it's hard to tell for sure. I mean, you can't become a great programmer in 1 quarter. It'll take still lots of experience for these people. We'll have to come back and ask them once they've been out of industry a while. This is just the, sort of the first step in the process, I think. But the class has a really fun energy to it, really fun. The students start off in the first round of code reviews, and they're very tentative, kind of afraid to criticize each other, and not really sure what they should be saying. So the first round is kind of tentative. Then they meet with me, and they get unloaded on. And then they start, oh, I can do that too. And so about halfway through the second code review, typically the tone of discussions changes, where students are now being more critical of each other, where these interesting arguments in class about whether one approach is more complicated than another. And it's really clear by the end of the quarter that the students are thinking about programming in a very different way than they thought about it before. So I think that's really encouraging. I will have to say, though, even if the students don't become better designers, actually, I'm becoming a better designer teaching the class. It's really interesting for me. You know, you might think it's tedious reading 20,000 lines of code in a week 3 times over a quarter. And you know, it does take some time, but actually I learn a lot from that because the students are all doing the same thing in the same languages. So I can see different approaches and I can see common mistakes that they make. And actually what's ended up happening is I've changed my view about a couple of design issues as a result of teaching the course. And in particular, the one at the bottom of the slide was I realized that making classes just slightly general purpose, even though you're only going to use them in one place, actually makes them amazingly simpler and deeper. I hadn't realized that until I saw some student projects actually the second time I was teaching the course. So it's been really interesting for me to see this, and I feel like I'm learning more about the process of software design and getting better ideas for how to teach it as I go. And as I've talked to people about the course, people kept saying, well, you should write a book on this. And I was on sabbatical last year, so I decided, okay, I would do that. So I have written this book. It's a relatively small book, 170 pages. Again, still fairly philosophical in nature, more than prescriptive. So the hope is that I can reach more people, because I can only teach 20 people a year in the class, nothing more than that. And ideally, I'm hoping the book will kind of be a lightning rod, and maybe we can kickstart a discussion. I hope people write to me and disagree with things in the book, or suggest other design ideas, or provide better examples. I'm also trying to define terms that people can use. One of the things I hope maybe the book can do is people can use that in design reviews, have ideas and ways of talking about design and design reviews. Actually, I have a question for you. How many people here do design reviews? I assume almost everybody. And how many of you in your design reviews, it's common for you to discuss design issues as opposed to coding style and bugs? How many of you commonly talk about design things? Good, great. I'd like to see more of that. Now, the book's been out for a couple of months. If you read it and have thoughts or comments, I'd love to get your input on it. My view is this is just a first stab. If this actually ends up being a useful book, it'll probably be kind of like software, about version 3, you know, where it really hits its stride. I'll need to get feedback and revise and fix things that are wrong and add new ideas. So just to conclude, I really believe we can teach software design. I really believe we can. My current approach, unfortunately, is woefully non-scalable. I figured that I really need somebody with a lot of experience, I think, reading the students' code. I feel like some principles are emerging. You know, if you read the book and agree or disagree with me, I'd be curious to hear your take on that. What I hope to do in the future is just to somehow leverage this out into the community. I'd love to see a greater sense of design awareness in the software community as a whole. Can we have the discussion? Can we make that an important part of our community? It's just sad that we don't really even have the discussion today. So I created a mailing list for discussion topics about the book. Hasn't been much traffic on it so far, but I hope there will be more in the future. And again, I hope to take ideas from people and make the book better and better and the class better over time. And the long-term goal is it'd be great if 5 or 10 years from now, we actually have a relatively robust set of principles that most developers agree are good for software design. But thanks for your attention, and I'd be happy to take more questions.
let me get a few questions from the audience here. Do testing considerations like unit testing or mocks influence interfaces and abstractions?
Testing considerations. I'm a huge fan of particularly unit tests. Crucially important. I debated whether to try and teach them in the class. Actually, I did a little bit in it one time in the class, but it was too much of a distraction for the class. We only have 10 weeks, and so I finally decided for the class, I just got to focus on design. So I don't do unit testing in the class, but I'm a complete advocate of unit testing. I can't imagine doing software without unit tests.
So I was intrigued by your in the first part of the discussion when you said in the iterative process you actually dropped you initially had students build on other students' code. To me, that's a very, very real world problem, and I'm just surprised that I wish you would teach that.
I agree with you. In a perfect world, that would be one of the things we do. And the problem is we've got 10 weeks. How do I use that 10 weeks? And I decided I want to try and do the most I can on design. And so I have to sacrifice other things. It's the same reason why unit testing got thrown out, because I felt like it was better for them to be thinking about more design issues than unit testing issues. But I agree with your thought completely.
Do you have TAs for the course?
Do we have TAs? Yeah, me. Not right now, because I just worried that the TAs would not be able to give high enough level of feedback. I started wondering if maybe students who have taken the course previously could TA. So far, actually, the demand has not been more than my capacity, so I've been able to keep it small. If the demand grows, I may try and experiment to see if previous course participants can TA. But again, I worry. And also, the first few offers, I wanted to read all the code myself too, because I wanted to learn from it as well.
Have you thought about using software engineers as TAs? We read and write code every day.
I'm not opposed to it in principle, but I want to make sure students don't get mixed messages. And so, particularly because the ideas I'm teaching in the course are not ideas that are not necessarily widely spread in the community. Like the worst thing would happen is if a software engineer comes in and says, no, this method is longer than 20 lines, you've got to break it up. So if I could find people that are sort of bought into the philosophy, and maybe, if the book gets out there and more people, maybe we could do more of that.
Okay, one question from the Dory, the second highest rated one. Are threads still a bad idea?
One of the interesting things when the only form in which you publish something is a set of slides rather than a paper, which that was just an invited talk at a Usenix conference a long time ago. It's interesting. People can come back and interpret that in whole bunches of different ways over the years. But that was done in a very narrow context of the time, where people were sort of introduced threads for things that didn't even need threads. They were doing threading on machines that didn't even have multiple processors on them. And so that talk was a reaction to that. Threads are unavoidable. I mean, for certain things you just have to use them. But they're still, they're sort of the next to worst alternative, where the worst alternative maybe in some cases is not using threads. It's incredibly hard to program. So I'm still not a fan of threads, but they're kind of effective.
I have a question on the Tico language. I think the language is sort of very simple in itself, but eventually not gain like larger scope of adoption. I want to ask, because you are the language inventor, like, is there like high-level issues in the language design you think you got it wrong, which makes it?
Whatever happened to Tickle, I think would be your question. I don't want to diverge too much on that. I would say two things. First, one of the things Tickle was best at was doing simple interactive GUIs, TK. And when the web came along, the web basically took that over, and Tickle did not make the transition to the web. So a lot of things people would have used Tickle TK for, they ended up doing in the web. Second thing is it really the right language? I'm not sure in retrospect that it's the right language. I built it for a very different purpose. I built it as more of a textual command language. You'd be typing commands to print it, almost like a shell language. And then it ended up being used as a scripting language. It has a bunch of interesting properties, but if I were doing it again, I'm not sure I would design the same language. But I think the biggest thing that happened is the web came along and Tickle did not effectively make the transition.
Okay, so there's a lot of really interesting questions, both on the Dory and in the room. In the interest of time, I'm going to do 2 more Dory questions and 2 more in the room. And then John is going to stay around and hopefully answer more questions as well. Okay, so any thoughts on the hiring process based on what you've observed? And the question has, how would you change the hiring process, which is so algorithm heavy? Can you share your experience when you ran your company?
Hiring process. Actually, I'm not sure it relates to software design, but I have a very strong opinion about hiring process, which is you should hire for slope, not y-intercept. I think people, when they hire, they do a pattern match of what this person has done, try and find a person who has exactly done the job we want to do. I think that's the wrong way to hire in general. I think you want to hire the person who's the fastest learner, who has the fastest slope. I don't particularly care whether they've done the job I want to do, because particularly at a startup when things change so rapidly, things change. So I look for people who are really smart, fast learners. Also, by the way, the person who's done this job 5 times before, you sort of wonder, well, why haven't they moved on to the next job? Oftentimes, those people kind of hit their plateau, whereas the person with the rapid slope has it.
Last question from the Dory. What do you think about Hyram's law?
Sorry, remind me what Hyram's law is?
It says, I Googled it, and it says, with a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody.
What is it again?
I think there's very strong opinion about hiring process, which is you should hire for slope, not y-intercept. I think people, when they hire, they do a pattern match of what this person has done, try and find a person who has exactly done the job we want to do.
Very good metrics.
I think that's the wrong way to hire in general. I think you want to hire the person who's the fastest learner, who has the fastest slope. I don't particularly care whether they've done the job I want to do, because particularly at a startup when things change so rapidly, things change. So I look for people who are really smart, fast learners.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, the person who's done this job 5 times before, you sort of wonder, well, why haven't they moved on to the next job? Oftentimes, those people kind of hit their plateau, whereas the person with the rapid slope has it.
Last question from the Dory. What do you think about Hyram's law?
Sorry, remind me what Hyram's law is?
It says, I Googled it, and it says, with a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody.
I think there's truth to that. Change so rapidly. Things change. So I look for people who are really smart, fast learners. Also, by the way, the person who's done this job 5 times before, you sort of wonder, well, why haven't they moved on to the next job? Oftentimes, those people kind of hit their plateau, whereas the person with the rapid slope has a plateau.
Last question from the Dory. What do you think about Hyram's law?
Sorry, remind me what Hyram's law is?
It says, I Googled it, and it says, with a sufficient number of users of an API, it does not matter what you promise in the contract. All observable behaviors of your system will be depended on by somebody.
I think there's truth to that. Over time, what happens is that sort of application, they find every crevice and sink their roots under that. They will discover. So unless you're very careful with your APIs, I think that's probably true. Sad, but true.
Hi. Have you observed any change in the simplicity or the complexity of a software design based on the choice of languages and supporting ecosystem?
Oh, good question. Are there some languages that somehow lend themselves to better design than other languages? There probably are. I think that's mostly a secondary, second order thing. But for example, I'd rather program in C++ than C, because I like some of the object-oriented features in C++. Not C++ is sort of a big beast of a language with a horrible learning curve, but I appreciate the power of it. But honestly, I think the design principles are fairly universal. You can use them in any language. That simple file system interface to Unix was done in C with no object-oriented stuff. And then people would say, oh, no, actually, it's actually object-oriented because there's a file descriptor that gets passed around, and the object-oriented was really crucial to that. I say, no, they just found a really sweet interface. So I haven't found one language that somehow was dramatically better than others for design. But if people have opinions, I'd be curious to hear their opinions about that.
So back to hiring, you mentioned we should hire on slope, not on y-intercept, and I radically agree. How do I estimate.
How do you measure that?
Right, especially
No
like
idea.
you need at least 2 points, right? In an interview, I get only one, and I'm terrified of hiring more tactical tornadoes.
No, I'll tell you what correlated best for me, but it's sort of crazy. Is that I found in my students, people worked out best were the ones where I just really enjoyed my conversation with them during the interview. And that's sort of weird. I feel kind of funny saying that because that means somehow somebody sucked up to me and I liked them and hired them. I don't think that's it because I have a pretty sensitive meter for suck upness, and that really pisses me off. So, and people have also pointed out that if you take that out, that's kind of the risk that you're just hiring more people like yourself, and so you're not going to do diversity very well. So I have no idea what to make of that or whether it's even a good idea, but that's the one thing that seemed to correlate in my experience.
Okay, yeah, so let's thank John once again.
Cool. I think it's a nice moment to wrap this up. This thing broken. The about page is not showing up, which means that I merged this incorrectly. Which I should just have a look. That's not the one I need. Maybe we should go to the index. Yeah, probably broke something there. So let's just go back to the fix this once and for all. Where is it? About page. We have here. It's not the one. Wait a minute. Does it cover it? That's the single. About section. Show the index cell because pages. Maybe I should just look at what changed. Index. There we go. And show model. Okay. And then we have components app menu. This is the problem with complicated merges. So what do we have next? Pages next. See about page. That's not something we're worried too much about. So menu. Menu. And just have a look here. Menu looks on. Menu. All right. It's a little out of here. It's a little out of here. Okay, so let's minimize that. Go to the bottom. Scratch this. Here is There we go. We do have avatar. If last name. If handle session toggle. Show toggle. If last name. I could probably, yeah, probably get something there. Say, if. If paths back to page. So if m this messed up. Can't be the only difference we have. And this is weird. Oh, we can also do PWI and there you go. So we have blockchain. Now, something here is okay, fair enough. Then this the range. All right, cool. So let's debug this sucker. Featuring. Also, I need to call it quits. It's been too long of a day. Ah, come on, this is nonsense. Two folks checked in on Twitch. Nice. Nice. So what we're looking at, this thing is broken. Image with source. Let's use. Here we go. Unhandled one-time error. Fair enough. So let's fix that. Sorry. Go. I can close this. Where is this? Where's this error? Funny that this doesn't show up during build. Yeah, why is it not showing up during build? Must be used. Must use width and height properties or layout is fill property. Okay, so let's see. Yes. There we go. Stories. Yes. All right. So we have here avatar session avatar path. So path is like a pretty ugly avatar path instead of avatar. So now I have to find the avatar node. It's here. So we have an image. Use width and height properties or layout fill. Here we go. All right. So fill and that's the next image. Do that. It's been solved. No more need for just style using tailwinds directly. So let's come on. Image. If you're going to come, I just wanted to share an early preview of render single im without diff respawn wrappers. Hopefully an object will have a position for its style or class name. So fair enough. Is that already there though? Which version of Next.js is already on? Next.js 12, so package Next.js. Next 12 too. No, should be there. Should be there. Is there anything else next? No, it should be there. Weird. The error, the exact error was over here, the source must use with the layout fill. So that works. It's not very helpful. Needs to tell me exactly where this thing is coming from. Maybe that's it. App TSX. Is there something there? I got it. 6. Definitely not this. This is probably something I'll fix tomorrow after signing in. Warning. It's a warning now. Field prompt type, prompt height is marked as required. Okay, well, that's not necessary for now. Give me search for image. Weird. Weird. So where we're at, main anything. I'm kind of like lost. Yeah, so I do this. It's only when I pull out this TLC thingy, which means I can probably trace. That seems problematic. I say if I what happens then? Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So this is the culprit. We were at the right spot. So let's figure out what this thing means here. Okay. Now we need to figure out image. Image. Check out the documentation as image. Statically imported. Yeah. Width. It's rendered width in pixels, so it affect height. Alt. Have that optional prompts. These are all required. Version of the next is this. It's not documented. To 1. Yeah, okay, so 13 actually removes this. Yeah, object with object position remove. Okay, cool. So I may have to set it up, which is just a little frustrating. I have to think about this. My loader. And if we do have the loader configured, we still have to spec Okay, that's weird. Something is really off. These are required. Fine. Right now, some mention of may not be required anymore. How do we solve this? How do we solve this? What's wait a minute? Is that width in pixels? Yep, width in pixels. Although we can also just be like width 100, height 100, and then think about it later. Isn't really a solution, but solves my acute problem right now. So I do this. Shows up. Fair enough. Not nice, not pretty, but kind of like that's the thing. Side classes. I probably do want to see what this becomes. So give me more room. I can use this video. So thumbs up. There we go. This thing says that console elements. So I can drop this down. I don't need it for now. Where do we configure? Okay, so I probably do want to do something like found it. Or one over what? Oh no. No. I have to figure out my tool and skills here. Give me a second. There is high order red 300. So I say order. So it's order. Enough. Doesn't do the job. Why not? So size classes, what is this? Does it even recognize this thing? I don't even think it works. Except it is. So it does kind of work. Focus. Okay, let's do the focus thing. Set to no, whatever. This is not. I'm not gonna want a price for this. Nothing. Width. If we set this to 0, 0, right? What happens here? Nothing. So it's hidden. Rounded full. No. Where in this hierarchy do I see rounded full? Not anywhere here. Come on. Ah, here we go. So, ooh. Height 10, width 10. I see. Width 2.5. Okay. Fun E. Weird. Isn't it? Okay, so I need to figure out image. Something here. Ooh, maybe I can get next future image. Boom. Is that something I could do? That was 2 years ago. There's a discussion related example source. Sounds like an example to do an interclass and relative. Annoying. Object fit. Object fit. Try this out. Layout. Fill. Source there. So what we can do, we just have a diff up top. The whole thing. And then if low. See what happens. And we break this. See if we can break it. Good. That is there. Unexpected. Yeah, what the hell? Last name is that. Insert. And we have a div inside and an image inside. Ends there. Finds an unexpected. ESX identifier. Unexpected token diff. I don't understand why this is unexpected. The hell? It's like a JSX identifier. Or maybe a diff is just unexpected. Weird. Weird. So weird. Import image. Hang on. Okay, so let's take X. There we go. And I set image 2 from, I don't even know if the next future image exists. Look definition. Image lower prompts. Image prompts. Source mandatory. I guess if that one doesn't need it, so I probably need load image from there. Okay, so give me let's see this thing. Runtime error. Experimental, maybe subject breaking changes to enable this experiment, please. Experimental images. Okay, in the next config.js file. Next config.js file. So where do we need this? Include experimental. And we say images. Allow future images. Not future image. Inside. And that's it. See if that works. Oh, yeah, reload. Yeah, restart server. See if that actually does anything. Come on. See if this does anything for us. Oopsie. There we go. Image with source. It's missing required width. All right, so let's just figure out how to next config JS experimental. See if we did that correctly. That's features experimental. Exports. Next config. So experimental images. Oh, this is not working. Allow future image. Yeah, cool. Let's just see what this does. Allow future image. Nothing there. Allow future image. Next. What did I miss? Experimental images. Allow future image. True. I believe next feature is now the default image component, so no additional work. Just import and use the next 12.3. Yeah, v13. Okay. Future image is not stable. Just use it directly by importing 12.3. So it's only for 12.3 users. Okay, cool. What we're going to do, move this. No, I refuse. Come on. It needs to. What's the default? What do we have here? Source. All right, sizes undefined. Let's see, width. Undefined. Height. Undefined. This is what I import. So here. I think it's here. I get image from that one. Got that. Darn it. Fair enough. So if we say height, that's it. We undefined. So seriously, what's your problem? What's his last name? There's nothing speaking against this thing working. Back to this thing. Reload. Good. Open. All right. So why did you fail now? Missing required. This is something else, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see. If I can drop this. Spawn high. See if this works. Annoying. This is supposed to be like a quick one. It should be easy, but taking me too much time. All right, so we clearly failed. All right, so how about I do this? If I, this doesn't render, that's incorrect. This renders, that's fine. And that. Why? All right, okay, so that's missing. Okay, fair enough. So then I say class name, size, classes. I do the same thing I did here. Just not overthink it. Yeah, so we open that. I should fail, right? Because we're missing the required width. 0, 5, 0, background, red 200. Okay, so what do we have? It's probably EG. What does this look like? Weird. Maybe I should look at. Oh, actually, that's fine. If I hit this, this. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we have this thing, space. 100. Okay. This is horrible. This is ugly, but it should work. Meanwhile, I need to figure out why this thing. If again, some weird reason I did import image. Yeah, so width and height undefined should be required. Okay, now something weird happened there. Magic. What the hell? Image with source. Okay. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at optional number, string, height, intrinsic elements, image, source at ref with height, loading. Okay, so what the hell does this mean, intrinsic elements? So let's look that up. What does omit mean again? Okay, that's note. Let's see, TypeScript. Do you ever have anything on omit? And trim. Okay, type it is. Okay, so I'll give you something about that. The elements will look on central interface. And anything goes, and intrinsic element will not be type checked. Intrinsic elements. Okay. What does omit mean? Omit. There we go, utility types. So what do we do there? We're kind of picking all properties from type and removing keys. All right, so what we're looking at. So we take one intrinsic elements. I don't know. Here, that's the first thing you feed into the intrinsic elements image. Then you omit source set ref with height and loading. Okay, so we remove them from the image component. Then we conduct the union with source mandatory, has to be either string or static import. Width is optional, height is optional, loader. All of them are optional. It's just source that needs to be there. I don't understand. I don't understand why this thing fails. Clearly importing future image. Check. Export default function image. Export declare add image props. So I get image props. I think this thing is solid. I think it's solid. And what's the path? Nice. And future. This is like pretty straightforward. Yeah. Great. The prop is image with source is missing required width. I don't know. I don't think I can't win here. I can't win. I can't win. Next, future image. Same required. See if it's him. And next image. Come on. That's annoying. On duct steps, possibly use fill without specifying. What do I miss here? If I'm not mistaken, new image could receive a fill prop, which is a boolean instead of layout prop. Try image fill. All right, cool. Which I should be able to. Oh, it's not in here. Yeah. Hold on. Screw this. Spent too much time on that. It's there now. But it's going to be 100 by height. 100. I'm not going to overthink this anymore. It's going to be shitty, but it will kind of, I don't care even. At this point, I don't care. And just want to fix. I should type it. I'm starving. It's been 3 hours, 50 minutes. And I drove for exactly the same amount of time just right before this. So I think it's time to call it a day. So right here, I don't even know if we're doing this. I think we're just ignoring, or staging this. We're ignoring the experimental stuff. We're ignoring the input from next, future. Probably I'm adding migrate to next image with image. Cool. Let's just make sure I put it in there. And then I believe so I can have fix image issues. Modify drawer fix image. Let's set big things. Satisfy requirements. Requirements. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now, somewhere, oh, here we go. Got some input from the team. Here we go. Fuel thread today. Noted. Cool. Okay, so they're doing that. This could be a point where I ask for help. Future image. This should be so I make a branch. Create new now. Sorry. Experiment. Future image. Here. Now I could like. And I think this is where this thing comes in. Right? And future image. Experiment with entry image. Yeah, so just say should do the job. Okay, experiment with future image. Branch and application. Not required with for good measure, I probably should open MRs for this. Expand picture image. It's not really MR material, although where's this thing? So don't give me that. Don't give me that. I don't see what's going on here. Closer to the right. Those tabs to the right. Good. Clean. There we go. So what do we have? What did we have? Experiment with. That's one thing that I actually built. Let's just have a look here. Visit. Come on. All right, so what happens here? Fuzzy, broke. But it renders at some point. It's not beautiful, but it kind of like works. But this is not the one I want. What I really want to work is this one, the experimental one. When I visited, at least it built. So let's see if it fails in an obvious way, at least in a sufficiently informative way. Let's see here. Open that. So I don't know what to make of this. The image is there. I should just print screen, post it, and then reply, and then add the image to it, upload from computer. Sorry, I don't want the screenshot. You can see that in the experimental image. Void to that one. Image show. In console, in my dev setup, it compliance that I am using type with for image, even though I pulled in next future image. Experimental next future image, which should allow for with such high use of image. Curious to see what you spot that I missed. And I send this, and then of course I should probably notice that that's not what I'm looking for. So I guess this one, wrap image. So let's say previous work on that. That's where this one right. Visit. Close that. Open that. Here. Fine. That was the whole thing. It wasn't bad merch work. It wasn't just bad merch work. The previous version. I just hate typing wrong controls. Edit. Okay. That's weird because docs don't necessarily make this very clear. Not to me. Next.js image future. So what is it? What is it? What does it require? All right. So here it's still version history. Yeah, okay. Or image with a fill property. Images with fill properties. Now, what the hell is that? Fill. All right. Yep. Thanks. Finding images with fill property. Right in front of me. Right, cool. So we may do something else. So let's see if we can do something with fill. What is it? Okay. So, fill. Okay. We want to do it at this level. Yeah, okay, cool. So, just happen. You say history of previous commands. Is that again? Command history. That's what I'm looking for. Come on. Command. Variable command history to command. Show Emacs. Show command history. Come on. Probably list the history. Control H L. So what do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Geolosage. Okay, next line, recursive edit. What's that? What did we just look at a minute ago? Quick window, VC annotate. Oh, that can't be that. Can't be that. Oh, shit, it was. Funny. Huh. It's like a blame. Fine. Oh, right. We'll switch. This thing goes nowhere. Where does it come from? Expectables. Loss search countable, uncountable. Loss search. Where does it come from? I don't know. Noun. Countable, uncountable. Okay. No. So loss, especially systematic or continuous. Whatever we lost, I guess. Yeah. All right. So fill. Site position, relative position, fixed, or position absolute, set by default image only is signed. Oh yeah, cool. So that was the whole deal. I undo a couple of positions, come back here, I look at my history, I check out that local branch. Then I try Hail Mary, I try fill, and then I say what? And it causes the image to fill the parent instead of setting width. Okay, so it should be true. obviously I don't need these anymore. I expect the editor. I expect this thing not to yell at me anymore out of this point. Yeah. There are some gotchas to using the fill. Okay. The full page link. Yeah. No worries. Your items. Your plate. Boom. All right, so let's have a look. What can you give us? All right, so I'm guessing close 3,000. Come on. You can tell fatigue is kicking in. Never dinner or cook something, line the tub, call it a day. Tomorrow at 10, I have my meeting already, so last attempt. Come on. Are you gonna load or what? I don't know if all day. How long is this taking? What's happening here? 3,000, that's there. Is there something on here? Oh, 3,000. Yeah. This is karma, or not karma, this is just the universe telling me that, what the hell? This is weird. HP. Yeah, got a hit. Last thing I'm checking out, and then we're really calling it a day. Seriously, I'm fucking confused. It's still loading, the spinner's still at it. I can't imagine what's taking this long. Can't imagine what's taking this long. All right. This must have been my fault. There we go. Port layout fill. Okay. It's old. Fill. Yeah, fill. And the parent. Yeah. Smells good in here. I don't know what means cooking. There we go. There we go. And what was it? What was the documentation again? Parent must assign position relative. Well, also let's have a look. Tailwind. Tailwind. See it says position. Relative. So here we go. So it's relative. This probably does. Oh, relative fixed or position absolute by default. The image will automatically assign position absolute. Well, here we go. I think this works. This works. This is clean enough. Yeah. Oh yeah. Screen 5. Fix. Once you're done with that, we try to build. See what happens. Yeah. So fair enough. That goes in there. So what we're doing here is business drop with height and with positioning. Yeah. No, use exchange with items for the layout. Yeah, okay, enough. Push this, fix image issue in sidebar. That builds on my machine, so I'm just going to make a merge request, create merge request. And I assign 55. Check on this. Try to fix after 3, 9, 2, 0. Next future image. Next image. All right. Create merge request. Is this thing already ready? Hold on. So first I'll just say like whatever. I like this. Cool. Folks. I'm going to call it a day. It's been more than enough. It's been fun with y'all. I think we got some stuff done. This is not perfect, takes forever. This is the first time I'm seeing this. What the hell happened here? Is this shit? It's kind of sweet. Holy crap. What is this? Where does this come from? Toolbar. Feedback toolbar. Oh! Feedback. This is like a for sale feature. Oh my goodness, this is kind of dope. Look at this. So this thing here allows me to, okay, yeah. So can I, okay. Oh, this is amazing. This is cool. Cool. I like that. Oh, this is, I can do this. Oh, comment. Bam. No, I don't want to do it here. Hang on. Can I exit? Cool. That. And I can do that. Positioning. People will get this. It's screenshot now. Just wow. And then I can I share this? Copy link. Cool. Up nodes. That's what I need. Here we go. Cool. Well, I guess this is gone. This can go. Odd. Yeah, what is in here? I'll tend to that later. We need to add about page, create about section. That is there. And this is something you're working on. Good. So it's something they're working on. I think that's in depth, right? Let's just say it's in depth. Fonts, it's not all work in progress, I believe. I believe we more or less have it covered. Come on, give me something, give me something. Give me something. That's not there. Fair enough. Where does this show up, actually? Funny. Probably didn't have it. Oh, so please educate me. Where did I miss this? About page. About section. So where is this added? We've added about section. Page next we added something. Right. What's this? We want to look here. So outside layout outside are where it's going to play all section menu. Right, so we have info answer icon. So there's somewhere in the menu. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know where I was doing this. So, this is feature about page. That's one way to do it. CC. Okay, so see that's the thing I need to work on. And I'll point to that later. This is my merging branch. Snap. Hang on. Okay. Let's look at this thing. Icon. Yeah, see. Page. Single. Circle. Where we show up here. Show about model button, which show about model button follows that section toggle. Which, why is it not showing up? Weird. Okay, so can we F, see what happens? It's an issue in sidebar. We're still not wrapping up. Come on, give me something. Localhost, full screen, reload. Something is wrong. This can't be. This can't be. And so we have section toggle. Desktop menu. That's the name. Okay, cool. So let's verify. Same directory. Desktop. Show about model button. Why is this not showing? Avatar. I don't get this. Menu, that's another one. Channel say it on the desktop. That's what I'm saying. IDL. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Top. No. Menu. Which where off control. I up there sideboard. Okay, so up. Yeah, narrow. Menu. Well, can't really do much with that. Here we go. Desktop nav. So I might drop all of these. Okay, so that thing somehow turns it if I drop these. This thing is there. There we go. What is this desktop nav? Holy shit. Where am I here? Yeah. Okay, so desktop nav. Then here on this file. Crap. That's something. Gosh, this is weird. I'm tired. I'm not seeing clearly. Desktop input. We got that there. What was it again? That's it. Again, desktop nav. It refers to it here. One nav. And view control. What the hell is view control? View control comes from. Jesus. Where the fuck does this come from? I don't know. Desktop nav. Let's keep it in there. Info. Do this. What happens? Okay. Desktop nav doesn't do anything. Solve view control. Ooh. Index. Page index. Jesus, this is a bracket icon. Auth control, switch mode. And okay, cool. So now I understand what the hell is going on. Show model, which means that here I can probably info. And here, what's it saying? I'm going to take this. Show model button. Hold your horses. This is going to be disgusting. Component tab search mode. So let's just say component show about model components. Let's do this. Yeah, menu. Right now. Now I can just say like show about model. Show. Set show model. This is horrible. Yeah. Error type, class function for run. What did I do wrong? Come on. What did I do wrong? Let's just say extra mode. Did I import anything correctly? see. Right. Okay, fair enough. It's not export, so do this. That comes in. Right. Then here we go. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this is ugly. This is showing up. This is, pretend that this is not there. Pretend that we're just popping it in here. And so we show a model. And we probably don't need this thing, right? Remove as removed from layer and no longer used. Boom. Fair enough. All right, cool. This is that's the thing. Yeah, I like this. Let's just get rid of this junk. Really. Actually, this is all out. All medium. I don't know if this thing would break. Rip this part out. Let's find out. Actually, let's do ourselves one favor and go back to 4, right? And then build, see what happens. Come on. Okay, error menus to find but never used. Where's that app menu? Okay. About this menu. You don't need this transition. Transition. We don't need that. Ooh. Favorite thing to do. Ripping out some code. Ripping out code we don't need. All this shit that no one needs. Cool. All right. So the builds, which means I can do myself a solid, and I can see if I can rip up this volume a bit. See if the same is true. This thing actually builds, or if something critical. So we do use that. Okay. Cool. So now we've established it. Cool. Let's see what's happening here. We'll do that in a bit. Sidebar. Show about model button. Yeah. Fuck. No. Fix image issuance sidebar. Yeah, okay. Branch. Create new branch. Sorry. Actually, all these changes they work. Branch, branch, hack. That's what we need to do it there. Branch, secret branch, start set up about model. Okay, so page. Top level. That. Cool. So now we can start these different MR. So I believe fix image issuance sidebar. That's full green. Create merge request. That's model button 4. That's probably better. Button 4 about model. Merging some changes introduced, which require rewiring about model trigger. Have it button at the top of the page. Looking for not a mouse. It's not a sign. Reviewer. No, that's not a reviewer. I should probably set up like a 3 says to reviewer for this one. Yeah, okay. Create merge request. Wrap image. Fine. I probably should fix this. Approval is optional. Edit. Preview. Okay. What the hell is this? Yeah, okay. Go to merge requests. Fix image issuance sidebar. Go with that one, and then I probably have to edit. It's not the assignee that I have to set assigned to me. 550 unassigned, just a reviewer. Cool. And with that, I think we can call it a day. This is everything we have waiting for review. That thing experiment feature image that we throw away almost certainly. Fix wrap image and set fake elements to satisfy type requirements. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it top of the tree. Let me fetch everything we have so far. Cool, looking good, looking good, looking good, looking good. That's it, people. Oh, one last question. Yeah, let's go for it. I was about to check out, so your timing is perfect for auth. Could you use Nextthought? Yeah, I could. But the problem with Nextthought was that it's Next.js only. I will probably have some auth flows that will be implemented in other services, and something like Supabase auth is a bit more of a universal fix. It's not just very client side only. It allows me to do access from backends quite easily, and allows me to like manage that flow, that auth flow from a managed provider, which is also nice with Nextauth. All of these auth flows are supported by you or facilitated by you somehow. If anything breaks, you don't really have a team you can call with Supabase auth. They just have to make sure it works. And it runs on an open source stack. So if you need to move it to your own infrastructure, you could always like deploy your own Supabase, set up in Kubernetes or something. So yeah. Yeah, I looked at Nextauth, I looked at Ori, I looked at Supabase auth. I tried Ori. Actually, we had a chat with one of their DevRel folks. Andrew CTO looked at an issue right before Christmas. We couldn't. I don't think we. It's not that we couldn't figure out. My idiot brain couldn't wrap itself around the issue. So at some point, we decided that working with Supabase, if it worked in a day or two, would be the way to go. I tried it over the holidays. It worked pretty quickly and was a no-brainer. So yeah, we're just moving forward, Supabase. Alrighty, with that, I'm gonna sign out. 4 hours, 46 minutes. I'm gonna make myself some dinner, get some Z's. Tomorrow, there's a lot on the calendar. See ya, Imposter Engineer. Was lovely having you in here. Thanks for showing around. I'm here every Wednesday doing some coding work. or code reviews or whatever, or just having a chat. We'd be happy to see you again if you have the time, and be curious to hear if you, in the meantime, start dabbling with OpenAI's GPT-3 models to make that little storytelling app. All right, that's it for today. Y'all be good. Y'all be nice. Take care of yourselves. All right.